on the court, draw nigh, give attention, you shall be heard. God save the United States, state of Tennessee, this honorable court. Honorable Mark J. Fishburne presiding, please be seated.
Good morning. Did y'all get the jury charge I emailed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I guess the first thing we need to do is, any response about the defense on the proposed special jury instructions?
Yes, sir, we did have a response.
All right. I'll start with number one. This is taken in numerical order.
No objection to number one. I think the court's included it already.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time trying to establish his hiding now.
No objection to number two.
Okay, did you look at the underline, the way I worded it in the jury charge from this morning?
I have not looked at this morning's jury charge. I received the email, but I haven't looked at it.
In the jury charge received this morning, and request number two will be after expert witnesses and before him not testifying, which is, I assume he's not, but that'll ultimately be your decision. There's an underlying paragraph that addresses, that has the language that I suggest to be used, so look at that, and if we need to change any of that,
Okay.
we'll do that, but there's no objection to 1 and 2 then, right?
No objection to 1 and 2.
All right, number 3.
So there is an objection to number 3. Our position is, and I'll tell you, the case that we are relying on is Kelly versus State, which is a subsequent case, the State versus Kelly. And in that particular case, getting to just the relevant part of the holding in it, the court says that the legislature had before it the opinion in Graham the opportunity to define wrongfulness when the statute was enacted in 1995, however it did not. Legislative intent or purpose is to be ascertained primarily from the natural and ordinary meaning of the language used without forced or subtle construction that would limit or extend the meaning of the language. In this instance, the legislature opted not to define wrongfulness. We likewise declined to broaden or narrow a term that it felt required no further elaboration. The point of that is...
What was the case site?
The site is... It's a Westlaw site, 2005. I got a Lexus and a Westlaw.
Westlaw.
The Westlaw is 2005, WL for Westlaw, 225-5854. And it is the case that the state has attached references State versus Kelly in the language that they're wanting. That case subsequently went up on post-conviction, and in the post-conviction court they addressed this issue head on. And basically the position is the statute is the statute, and just like many of our jury instructions, the jury reads the statute, looks at the wording, and that gives the common meaning to the wording. And so our position is there is no need for a supplemental instruction in this. And certainly not the one that's proposed, but there is no need for a supplemental instruction.
All right.
Judge, I'll start off with State v. Hodges at 944 Southwest 2nd 346. Pattern jury instructions are merely patterns or suggestions, have not been officially approved, and must be revised or supplemented if necessary to fully and accurately conform to applicable law. That is what the law is. In the case that I attached, State v. Parker, and the cases cited therein, Parker is unreported, as is the Kelly case. What a case is. And for clarification, I'm not sure if counsel was referring to the post-conviction case in Kelly that was filed September 15, 2005. But in any event, it is much, much earlier case and does discuss the case site for the post-conviction Kelly case is, I have decided, Tennessee Criminal Appeal, September 15, 2005. M2004-01158-CCA-R3-PC,
All right.
which at what page this is, what they go into, where the discussion was about wrongfulness, the statute, where the defendant stated that he knew what he did was wrong and he could be punished for it, and discussing that. As the cases have continued, the quote taken from that lineage of Kelly is a direct quote, and is the state of the law, which is the law does not distinguish between legal and moral wrongfulness. It is enough that the defendant understands that his actions are wrong in some form or another. Under State v. Hodges, submit that is giving the jury exactly what the law is, and submit that it is a correct statement of the law, and the fact that mental health experts have broken that down into and making a distinction, we suspect will make a distinction between moral wrongfulness and legal wrongfulness. It is enough that he appreciated one or the other. That is the law. We argue, but in jury selection, discuss that. Your Honor knows that is the law, and having that in the jury instruction would alleviate us holding up the case law and saying members of the jury or criminal appeals or these cases, here's what it is. But I said on State v. Hodges, give the jury the law. This is the law, not Kelly.
One more thing here. The case, the Parker case, which is attached to the state's motion, when it talks about the proposed language, the proposed language, that's part of the dicta of the case. That's not part of the holding of the case. Okay, that's just language that they reference from other particular cases, but it's not part of the holding. The Kelly versus State case is a different issue. And that's the one he cited. We're talking about the same Kelly versus State case. But I want to quote one more case that the court heard last Monday in the case of State of Tennessee versus Hank Wise, when we came in here with the motions in limine. And that case, in dealing with the issue of the definition of wrongfulness, it says the General Assembly did not include a definition for wrongfulness when it adopted Section 3911-501 in 1995. Quotes cases, Kelly versus State Home. However, the pattern jury instruction for the insanity defense characterizes wrongfulness as the defendant's inability to understand what he was doing was wrong. And it quotes 40-16B. The court has previously held that such an instruction was a complete and correct charge of the current law concerning an insanity defense, citing State versus Kelly. Likewise, this court has previously declined to broaden or narrow the term of wrongfulness because the General Assembly, quote, felt it required no further elaboration, close quote, beyond its natural and ordinary meaning. Therefore, we conclude that the trial court did not err in rejecting the defendant's argument with respect to the definition of wrongfulness. That's a Hank Wise case, Mr. Moore's case, that he attached to the motion in limine number 2. So when we're talking about holdings in cases, we're talking about no supplemental instruction.
You had those.
Judge, I think it is important to know not only was the Wise opinion 2014, but it was a bench trial. It had nothing to do with jury instructions. It had to do with the court's understanding or application. So, I think about apples and oranges. There was no jury instruction issue in the Wise case because there was no jury.
It's not apples and oranges, because even though you don't have a jury, the court still has to follow the instructions on elements of the offense, the instructions on other things, and how you weigh things. So just because it was a bench trial doesn't mean that the instructions, that the rules that the court has to use would be any different.
All right, I'll look at the cases and reconcile them and see what kind of thing to put it together, exactly what they're trying to tell us. What about number 4?
Well,
I'm sorry.
before we leave that, in the instruction page, put it over here, there is a typo on page 25.
Oh, okay.
It just said, there's an extra word, the law in does not distinguish.
Okay.
That was all, just
I did that correctly. What about number 4?
So number 4, I object to this, adding this as a jury instruction, but I do think it's appropriate when the experts testify, because I think they would be relying on some hearsay evidence in giving their opinions. I do think that the court at that point in time could give what we call a curative instruction or just an instruction. The case, I don't disagree with the case of State versus Jordan that is in the state's motion and that they reference to, but reading the applicable part, that it's on page 54, which is noted in their motion, it says where an expert witness is referring to hearsay statements not otherwise admissible, then, here's the pertinent part, the trial court should instruct that the hearsay statements are to be used only for evaluating the expert's testimony and should not be relied on as substantive evidence, period. Close the quote. So I think the appropriate way to handle that is if they reference hearsay information or hearsay statements, either before or after, or perhaps during, it's up to the court's discretion, that the court should specifically instruct the jury the hearsay statements are to be used for evaluating the expert's witness's testimony, only for evaluating the expert witness's testimony, and should not be relied on as substantive evidence, period. That's the precise quote out of the case that tells the court what to do in this situation.
I totally agree, and would ask that the court do that every single time that it is referenced, doctor, the hearsay. Because I do agree, that's where in the Jordan case, the court should have given a cautionary instruction, and we would just ask that it be done every time, not just, once or twice, but every time that is applicable. And the only request was essentially just to supplement the final jury instructions with a reminder. So in case the court had not told them that often enough. So I think
A lot of times when we have cautionary instructions during the course of the trial, I incorporate it into the final jury charge because it's applicable throughout the entirety of the trial, and I don't want the jury to think that because I didn't put it in the jury charge that it no longer applies.
And that's
So I
exactly.
just want to emphasize that, hey, this is the law, and you can't get back there and start, considering what that psychiatrist or psychologist was considering, and all of a sudden you're incorporating it as evidence in the trial. So that's why I put it both in I agree with the curative instruction, no question about that. But I also think that it should be in the final charge to reemphasize that this is a part of, because I have to give a complete charge.
So we don't have any opposition to putting it in charge as long as it reflects the wording of the case. And that's not.
The only concern I have about it, does the jury really understand what substantive evidence is? And that was my attempt, was to explain what substantive evidence is in the wording that I use. I agree that the language of that's really great for lawyers, but does that really give much guidance to the jury? Because what I put in my proposal, does it change the law as Jordan sets forth? Or does it just attempt to clarify what Jordan said?
So has your already put that in the instruction? I haven't seen
No, I sent one out this morning, I underlined and made bold, what I put in there is not indicative of the fact that I have granted any of the motions.
Okay.
I put it in there in the event that there was an agreement on the motions, or if I ultimately decided to put it in, this is the language I'm proposing, so let's look at the language. I emailed it to you all about 7 this morning, 7:15, somewhere around there.
Yes, sir, that's why I would say the state appreciates that and is in total agreement with your honor's wording.
Yeah, I'll look at that.
And number 4 was just a request to get something like that done.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm more than open to using the language of Jordan if you want to limit that. My logic was, help the jury understand what
okay.
substantive evidence even means.
Okay. I hadn't looked at the email this morning.
Yeah, it's at the end of the expert testimony, and it's underlined.
Actually, Judge, we have a second, it might.
Oh, you've already made a copy of it?
Yes, sir. Yes. Here,
Oh, Jake, what is it? Oh, didn't I? Oh, okay. I just need a case out.
We have no issue with that instruction, as it deals with this issue. We have no issue with the Jenna Jacobson instruction either. That instruction is a little bit, it's right with the experts, so I don't know if that would cause any kind of confusion because you're not an expert, but in any event.
Who was that on?
You have the Jenna Jacobson, literally like the continuation of the expert testimony section.
Oh, I'll reverse that. I just put that in the wrong place.
But we have no issues with the wording of either one of those instructions.
Okay. I will put them in proper order.
Okay, thank you.
And there is one other thing, just one legal matter. And the lesser included instructions, felony murder, I believe Your Honor, voluntary manslaughter, and you can submit the state of law is that the lessers would be secondary and criminal negligent.
Yeah, and let's talk about, I mean, I agree with you on the voluntary manslaughter, but my question is, I just don't think the evidence in this case even supports the charging on reckless or criminally negligent. I mean, that's my opinion. I know the Supreme Court has said charge them all and stay safe, but I just, unless somebody's insisting that I do the reckless, I just.
The state would defer that that's a defense request, but I would just submit that voluntary manslaughter.
I agree
is
it's not. I think I just automatically put it in because it was in there earlier, but I agree it's specifically the rule that it is not. Any thoughts on the lessers?
I mean, I agree with the court that usually what they say is charge them all just in case type of thing, but we don't have a special request for reckless or criminal negligence.
Yeah, I mean, when you listen to the facts of this case and everything, you just don't see that it is necessary to give a complete charge. Again, the issue's not really what he did, did he know what he did? So, all right, anything else at the moment?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the jury's up here if you want to get started a little bit earlier, but if your witness is going to be here till 10, then we'll just.
We can get started.
All right, let's do it in about 15, 20 minutes, just let y'all get settled back in and everything.
I do think that we notified the victims' families so that we weren't getting started until 10.
Oh, yeah, well, we're not going to start without the victims back. So we're gonna.
Also, I'm sorry, I'm
Go
right.
ahead.
Mr. Haskell is doing something else. He's supposed to be here about 10.
Oh, okay.
And I don't, not that he needs to be here, but it'd be a bad look if he's not sitting here when we come back
No,
out. He might get here before 10, but as soon as he gets here, we can let the court know and his families get here and when we get started.
Just let me know when
Which will probably be 10 o'clock.
Which will be
Okay.
All right. There was one thing. Was there something about, the lady testifying basically by deposition, an objection that needed to be addressed?
There is, Your Honor. I have the deposition with me. I don't know if Your Honor has received a copy.
I have not.
So I need to make a copy for your honor, and then I can highlight the portions that there would be an objection to.
Actually, I have several copies.
Do you? Do you still want to highlight?
I'll highlight my copy.
Okay.
There's one thing that I think we just need to put on the record. The parties agreed prior to Daniel Connor's testimony that the Pharaoh scan that I believe is exhibit number 4 on the thumb drive, that would not go back to the jury. I submitted to them the very specific scans that we would be reviewing because there are about 50 plus other scans that do have the deceased victims' bodies and images that the defense and probably most people would find very gruesome. So we had an agreement that we would not use those scans in showing the images to the jury. And if the jury makes a request to look at anything in the Pharaoh, that we would all need to get back in the courtroom so that only the scans that were shown during the trial would be reviewed by the jury.
And you've added those into your presentation already, so.
Yes, I have a very specific listing of every single photo, every single scan, so that we would not go to anything else because most of the other scans are very graphic.
All right. Anything else that's fine?
And just for the record, again, also, I'm not sure that anyone would be able to actually operate the scans
Operate.
and view anything due to
Yeah, I
the
was
complexity
watching the
of
things you were having to do, and I got totally lost. No telling what would have shown up if I were responsible for that.
I might have practiced that a few times.
Yeah, yeah, that got to be a very good point there. Anything else at the moment? Do we have one of those copies?
He's marking it as soon as he gets it marked, I'll bring it back to you.
And that testimony is going to come up fairly soon, and
What estimate?
The deposition? No, that's, unless they're going to introduce it, it's state's rebuttal.
oh, okay. Okay. I just didn't know if we needed to address it before 10 o'clock.
No,
Okay, sounds good. So we're good to go on everything at the moment?
Yes, sir.
So, let me know when everybody is here, the families and everything, and we'll get started.
Roger.
yes, sir.
All persons having business for this honorable court, y'all now give attention, you shall be heard. God save the United States, state of Tennessee, this honorable court. On the mark, Fisher presiding, please be seated.
I know we're still waiting, I believe, on a few.
They just got here. You're right, you're good, right?
Everybody's here that's gonna be here?
Yes, sir.
All right, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
The bench ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, in that case, let's bring the jury on that.
They're coming out now, Judge.
Oh, we have more winner. What is it? Round one, There is the call. They ground all that. These imposters. Be seated, please. Good morning, members of the jury. Did you appreciate a little bit of extra time? You still got here pretty early. Anxiously awaiting to get in here. Well, we took care of some matters in your absence, so it wasn't a waste of time this end, and I think we're ready to proceed with the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's next witness is Detective Desmond Sumerel.
Detective, would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please?
Solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective Sumerel. Could you please state your name for the record?
Desmond Sumerel,
And could you spell your first and last name for our court reporter, please?
DesmondSumerel.
And you are employed by the Metro Nashville Police Department, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you explain what your assignment is?
My current assignment is I'm a general investigator at the South Precinct Investigations.
And how long have you been in that position?
I've been an investigator since 2016.
And prior to that, what was your position?
I've been with the police department for 26 years.
And
Can you explain how you became involved in the investigation into the homicide of Akilah Dasilva, Taurean Sanderlin, Joe Perez, and DeEbony Groves?
Yes, ma'am. In 2018, when this occurred, I was on the homicide investigator, one of the 3 homicide investigators out of South Precinct. On that morning, I was called at, I believe, 3:44 a.m. by my supervisor. I was advised that there had been a shooting, so I needed to come in. So I responded, and I arrived on scene, I believe, at 4:45, about an hour later.
And once you arrived on scene, what was the first thing that you did?
The first thing I did was meet with my supervisor and got briefed on basically what had happened. And it was determined that I would be the lead detective on the case.
And as the lead detective, does that mean that you're the only detective for Metro Nashville Police Department assigned, or how does that work?
No, for homicides in the South, we had 3 detectives that worked mainly homicides and death cases. So at that time, I would just be the lead, and the other 2 would assist me for the homicide investigation part of the case.
And the other 2, would that be Detective Clarer and Detective Derry Baltimore?
Yes, ma'am.
And kind of those first moments at the scene, what's the first thing that you do?
The first thing I normally do when I got there was observe the crime scene. Of course, everything had been secured by that time. Forensics was already there, and they were already starting to process the crime scene. I didn't go into the Waffle House. I stayed on the outside of the Waffle House. I did observe the 2 victims who were outside the Waffle House in the parking lot. Spoke with some of the officers that had arrived first. All the witnesses had been, their information had been taken. I was notified that 3 victims had been transported to Vanderbilt and 2 victims to Southern Hills Hospital.
And so you're not talking to any of the victims or witnesses or anyone that was inside the Waffle House at the scene? There
No,
are
ma'am.
other officers that are getting their information and getting kind of whatever the brief statements that they have at that moment are.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And at some point, do you view the surveillance video from the Waffle House?
Yes, ma'am.
And when does that happen?
That would be after I initially got to the scene and found out everything that happened. Myself and Detective Clare went to the Southern Hills Hospital first to speak with Mr. Shaw and Miss Shaw.
Okay.
After speaking to them, we came back, and that's when I was able to view the security video.
Okay, so when you speak to Miss Akilah Shaw, who's at Southern Hills Hospital, and Mr. James Shaw Jr. at Southern Hills Hospital, you haven't even seen the video,
No, ma'am, I haven't seen anything.
haven't been inside the Waffle House. You're just going to kind of get whatever brief information that they have.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe your interaction with Akilah Shaw when she was at the hospital, kind of what her demeanor was?
It was real brief because she was in the treatment room, but I was able to speak with her. She was very distraught, very upset, and basically in a state of shock. Both of them were, about what had just happened to them.
And you also spoke with James Shaw Jr., is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a lengthy conversation?
It was very brief, just for him to give me a brief statement of what happened so I could get an idea of what actually happened inside.
And neither of those interviews were recorded, is that right?
I don't believe so, no, ma'am.
What was the next thing that you did?
Returned back to the scene. When I got back to the scene, I was advised that Mr. Dasilva had passed away at Vanderbilt. At that point, I believe the Waffle House manager showed up so he could take us into the side door, which is at the end of the Waffle House, into the office so we could view the video.
And why was it that he was needed to view the video?
I believe he's the only one that had access to it.
Okay, so it was something where prior to him arriving, you wouldn't have been able to
Right,
view
we couldn't
it.
get to it till the manager got there.
And were you able to view the video at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the next step in your investigation?
Oh.
And feel free to reference your supplement if needed. I guess after viewing the video, did you have any information related to the suspect?
After viewing the video, I was able to see the vehicle that he pulled up in, that it was still in the parking lot. We investigated the tags on the vehicle to see who the registered owner of the vehicle was. Was able to determine that it was registered to Mr. Reinking. I was able to pull up a driver's license photo of Mr. Reinking, and after comparing it to the video, I was able to fairly confidently determine it was the same person.
So the general description matched?
Yes, ma'am.
Which, and Detective Sumerel, that video has previously been played during this trial. It's not a high definition, you can see every single thing that's happening type of video.
No, ma'am.
And did they explain to you why that was?
Well, not really. Just their quality of quality of video at that time wasn't really as good as it is now.
So, I mean, it kind of jumps.
It jumps and just doesn't record everything as smoothly as the ones we have now.
And were you able to immediately kind of search that vehicle, or what, if anything, had to be done at that point?
No, it was determined that due to the circumstances of the crime, we didn't need to have bomb squad come out and check the vehicle for any type of explosives.
And was that done?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what information did you have once the vehicle was searched?
The officer that searched the vehicle was able to tell us that while doing his search with his bomb dog and checking for devices, he saw 2 checks laying on the center console with Mr. Reinking's name on them and an address, which was at 5000 Mountain Springs Road, which is right down the road.
So very close proximity to the Waffle House restaurant crime scene, is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct? And based off of that information, what, if anything, did you do?
At that point, I believe, let's see.
Did you go to the apartment itself?
Not at that point. We were still waiting on, the crime scene to be processed. It was decided that we would do a search warrant for the truck and the apartment the apartment itself of Mr. Reinking. The 2 victims outside were identified as Mr. Sanderlin and Mr. Perez, plus knowing that Mr. Dasilva had already passed away. After speaking with the supervisor, it was decided we had enough probable cause to obtain homicide warrants for Mr. Reinking. So at that point, I left the scene and went and wrote up warrants and obtained warrants for Mr. Reinking.
And that process of obtaining an arrest warrant, that's not something that you can just do remotely. You have to physically go get an arrest warrant.
Correct. I had to come back to the South Precinct, sit down, type out the warrants, then go downtown to the night court commissioner and present the evidence to him.
And so you actually go in front of someone and swear out the
Swear a
warrant.
warrant.
And at that point, once you had the arrest warrants, which you said initially it was just the 3 warrants, because that was the only information.
At that time, that was the only victims had been identified. I didn't know, I did not know Ms. Groves' identity yet. She was still inside, and we weren't able to go inside yet to the Waffle House.
And that was just because of the crime scene processing process that they go through.
Yes, ma'am.
And so once the arrest warrants are obtained, did you obtain warrants to search the vehicle as well as the apartment?
Yes, Detective Balfour took out or wrote those search warrants and got them signed. So by the time I did the homicide warrants, arrest warrants, and returned back to scene, he had the warrant signed. Our SWAT team went to the apartment and made entry to the apartment, cleared it, and then we went in to search the apartment for any evidence.
And were you there for that initial search?
Yes.
And was everything done the first time you walked in, or based on the circumstances of this case, did you go back to that apartment?
We did an initial search and went through, as everything was so chaotic, we held the scene all night long. An officer stayed at the apartment all night long to hold this house. And then we came back again the next morning, myself and my supervisor, my sergeant, Sergeant Thibodeau, and did another search to make sure we had not missed anything.
And I'm going to ask that this witness be handed a stack of photographs that have been pre-marked A through S. Detective Sumerel, do you recognize the photographs that have just been handed to you?
Yes, ma'am. It's Mr. Reinking's apartment.
And are those all photographs that were taken that first day when the scene was held?
Yes, ma'am.
Just clarification, then. S?
S. I believe they're 19.
Now, a couple of photos toward the end were taken the next morning when we returned of the.
But they were all taken during the time that the scene
Correct.
was held.
Yes, ma'am.
So the initial photos were taken kind of initially, and then a couple of photos were taken
The next
when you
morning.
came back the next morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that those 19 photographs be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe would be 51A through S. And I have those available to digitally publish to the jury with permission of the court.
You may. I think our TV's working again.
Detective Sumerel, Exhibit 51A is on the screen. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
This is like the living room area of his apartment. There's a table he's got set up as a computer desk with monitor and several different computers there.
And 51B.
I believe this is a hard drive. Oh no, this is a tablet.
And was that collected as evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to ask that this witness be handed an item. Detective Sumerel, do you recognize that item?
It's a Samsung tablet that was recovered from the house.
And is that the same tablet that it is in the photograph of 51B?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which would be 52.
All right, so then,
The next image is 51C. Could you describe what is shown there?
2 cell phones and some, I believe, some AirPods.
And is that 2 cell phones or a cell phone taken out of a case?
Well, it could be. It's hard to tell on that image. It is a cell phone. I believe the cell phone was taken out and the SIM card was removed.
And is that typical procedure when seizing a suspect's cell phone in criminal investigations to remove the SIM card?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something that the technical services unit has directed detectives to do?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask that the witness be handed an item. Do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
Yes, ma'am. It's an iPhone 6S.
And is that the cell phone that is shown in Exhibit 51C?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit.
53.
And Detective Sumerel, this is 51D. Could you describe what is shown here?
They have a monitor to the left on the floor. I believe is a tower computer. Also on the desk is a Alienware laptop computer.
And were both of those items seized?
Yes, ma'am.
If the witness could be handed this item.
Yes, ma'am. It's the same laptop computer that's laying on the table there in the picture.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that item be entered as the next numbered exhibit.
54.
And this next image is 51E. Can you describe what is shown here?
It's a backpack, power supply. Some other items there, I'm not sure.
Does the power supply appear to be on an Apple brand?
Oh, yes, ma'am. It's on an
Laptop,
Apple laptop, yes.
otherwise known as a MacBook?
Yes.
Detective Sumerel, I've just asked that an item be handed to you. If you can take a look at that when you receive it and let me know if you recognize it.
It's a MacBook laptop, same as recovered there.
And Your Honor, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next number exhibit, which I believe is 55.
Okay, so we get it.
Which, Detective, were several of the other items, like the discs on the table and other things collected?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next image is 51F. Could you describe what is shown here?
It's just a small home safe.
And what, if anything, was significant or located within that item?
Located in that small safe was a BMW key fob, which
And can you explain what your investigation revealed related to that key fob that made it relevant?
during the investigation, it's found that a BMW was taken from Brentwood, from a Brentwood dealership, stolen by Mr. Reinking, and it had been recovered at the apartment at 5,000 Mountain Springs and towed from there, I believe the previous day before the shooting.
And were you able to verify that that key fob in the safe matched the vehicle that had been stolen by Mr. Reinking on the 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Sumerel, I've asked that you be handed another item.
Man, this is a safe that was recovered from the 5,000 Mountain Springs.
And I would ask that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 56. And Detective Sumerel, could you describe what is shown here?
Several types of paperwork and a camera bag, tax documents.
And you are being handed another item.
Yeah, this is the bag that had 3 GoPro cameras with mounts with their memory cards in the camera bag.
And that
those
was
items.
all items that were located within this camera bag shown here on the countertop.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. And Detective, there are various documents on the countertop, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm gonna ask that you be handed another item. And do you recognize that item?
This is a folder that contained several sheets of paper with passwords that was recovered from the house.
And the passwords are, how were you able to determine that they were passwords, I guess?
Through Chad Gish, I guess. I'm not sure. Officer
Okay.
Gish.
But opening it up and looking
Yeah.
at the documents,
It was apparent that they were passwords
and were
used.
they related to accounts of Mr. Reinking?
As far as I know, yes, ma'am.
And did you collect that from the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's my understanding there's not a specific picture of it, but it was just found kind of within paperwork.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit.
Number 58.
It's not hard, Jack. Detective, I'm gonna back up to 51D. You've already testified that several of the other items from that area were collected. Do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
It's a Western Digital hard drive, which
And
was,
was that also recovered from the apartment?
yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. And now we are at 51H. Can you describe what is shown here?
It's the bathroom for that apartment. You can see a magazine that fits an AR-15 type rifle on the countertop.
And the next image is 51I. Can you describe what is shown here?
And this is a rug in the same bathroom, which you could see blood smears on the rug in the bathroom.
And the next image is 51J. I believe you've already described this somewhat.
It's a magazine that fits an AR-15 type rifle.
I am going to ask that you be handed an item.
This is the magazine recovered from the apartment.
And that's the one that is shown in the photograph, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that that be entered as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 60. Thank you. Detective Sumerel, the next image is 51K. Can you describe what's shown in this image?
This is the bedroom of that apartment. Various clothes on the floor, no bed.
But there's a comforter and a blanket and a
Yes, ma'am. On the
pillow
left
and
side.
some
Yeah.
stuff. An alarm clock and a lamp. And 51L.
Just a pillow and bedding, period where he'd been sleeping.
And 51M.
It's the closet of that bedroom.
And can you generally describe the items that were found in the closet?
There was several boxes of ammunition, 2 rifles, and some other writings.
And were the ammunition and the rifles collected as part of this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is 51N. Can you describe what is shown here?
There's a box of .22 ammo, some boxes of rifle ammo, other rifle caliber ammo, and some clothing.
And again, all of that ammunition was collected as part of this investigation, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the item is being handed to you.
This is, I believe, .30-223 cartridges, which is the caliber that was used in the shooting.
And were those collected from that closet?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 61.
This is a box of 22 cartridges.
And you mean 22 caliber, correct?
22 caliber cartridges, yes, ma'am.
And so it's several boxes.
Yes, several boxes, and yes, with 22 long rifle cartridges.
And those were collected from that closet area, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. Thank you. Detective Sumerel, you've been handed another item. If you can identify.
These are some boxes of 30-06 rifle cartridges, which is 30-06 caliber of the rifle.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which is 63. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, ma'am, it's a box of 45 caliber pistol cartridges.
And is it one box or potentially multiple boxes?
I believe it's one box.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. And that last item that was just handed to you, Detective Sumerel.
It's more just loose 22 caliber cartridges.
And again, collected from that closet area, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, that could be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 65. Detective Sumerel, I have now placed 51-0 on the screen. Can you describe what is shown there?
I believe it's two different rifles.
And at this time, I would ask that the witness be handed Exhibit 37. Do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
This is a Remington 30-06, which was recovered from the closet apartment.
And was that collected as evidence in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, I would ask that you open that item so that it can be published to the jury. And is that the item that you recovered from the closet?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that item have the scope on it?
It has a scope. It's a bolt-action rifle, 30-06 caliber.
And are you familiar with how a bolt-action rifle is fired?
Yes, ma'am. It's made to fire one shot at a time. You fire it, then you actuate the bolt, push it forward, pushing another round into the chamber before you can fire it again.
And at this time, I would ask that the item be returned to the box, and it was marked for ID previously, but I would now ask that it be introduced as Exhibit 37. And if the witness can be handed previously marked for identification only, Exhibit 39.
This is the other rifle that was taken from the closet.
And was that collected as evidence in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, I would ask that that item be open so that it can be published to the jury as well. And Detective Sumerel, is that the .22 rifle that was recovered from Mr. Reinking's closet?
It is.
And are you familiar with that type of firearm as well?
It is also a bolt-action rifle with a scope on it. It fires the same way. You fire one shot, and you have to actuate the bolt before you can fire another round.
And if that item can be returned to the box, and I would ask that the previously marked 39 for ID only be introduced as Exhibit 39.
So marked.
Detective Sumerel, there's an item over here in the right corner of this picture that is somewhat hard to see. Can you describe what that item is?
I believe it's a pistol case.
And was there anything of relevance for that pistol case to the investigation?
If I recall, I believe it was the pistol case that goes to the pistol that was recovered with him when he was located.
The Kimber .45 caliber firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
And if the witness can be handed one last item.
It's two rifle scopes.
And were those also located within that closet?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are obviously separate and apart from the scopes that are pictured and physically on the rifles?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that those two scopes be made the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 66.
It is. So marked.
And Detective Sumerel, this is now 51P. Could you describe what is shown here?
I believe the reason for this photo was the recovery of that cell phone pictured and two IDs of Mr. Reinking.
And can you describe what else is shown in the image, just for the record?
Guitar case, I believe another backpack maybe. It's hard to tell, and some cables. One chair.
And this is 51Q. Can you describe what is shown here?
It's Illinois' driver's license and a crane operator certification card.
And was that LG cell phone also collected?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next image, which is 51R, can you describe what is shown here?
You have a safety vest, a hard hat, and some torn up paper and a empty box of ammunition.
And image 51S, can you describe what is shown here?
This is the box of empty ammunition. It is a 200 round box of 45 grain jacketed hollow point bullets.
And those are 223 Remington, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. 45 grain jacketed hollow points. It's like empty box.
And was that collected?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the item that you have is that item that was collected, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is
67.
Thank you. Detective Sumerel, after you searched the apartment, what is happening next in the investigation? I know you said you went there initially, you went back to do kind of a more thorough search and collect additional items, but in those first hours, there's already been testimony that Mr. Reinking was not located, so what are you doing with your part of the investigation?
After the initial search of the apartment, the search was still ongoing for him. So at that point, I went back to the South Precinct to start on paperwork, filling out offense reports, things of that matter.
And at some point, did you do anything? I know you said you went back to search the apartment. Did you do anything related to the vehicle of Mr. Reinking?
Yes, after searching the apartment the next morning, myself and Detective Baltimore did go to the towing lot where the truck had been taken and went through it again.
And did you collect any additional items from the vehicle?
Yes, we recovered, I believe, the checks, which had previously been seen during the bomb search, and also some receipts from the Nashville Armory.
I'm going to ask if the witness be handed an item. And Detective Sumerel, just for the record, this item is actually opened. It's been opened by the parties in the case together,
Yes,
not
ma'am.
in any other fashion. If you could remove the items and identify whether or not you recognize it.
I'll try. It's been stapled again. Have the vehicle registration of the vehicle, so the Chevy Silverado, 2 receipts from Nashville Armory.
And can you describe both of those receipts?
One receipt is a 4/8 of 2018. It's for a magazine, for a 30-round magazine, and also a Kimber, looks like a Kimber 45 magazine. 2 different magazines were purchased.
And what is the quantity on the Hex Mag 30-round FDE mag?
It's 30 rounds.
The quantity purchased?
Oh, 1. Oh, 3, I'm sorry. 3 were purchased of the Hex mags.
And the quantity for the Kimpro TAC Mag 8-round 1911
That was-
45 caliber ACP is,
1 was purchased.
okay. And can you indicate the date and the specific time?
The date of this was 4/8/2018 at 3:55 p.m.
And the second receipt from the Nashville Armory that you located within Mr. Reinking's vehicle?
It is a return receipt of the Kimpro TAC 8-round 45 ACP magazine. And that was on 4/9/2018 at 12:10 p.m.
And only that Kimpro TAC Mag 8-round 19 mag was returned?
Correct.
And what, if any, follow-up did you do once you located those receipts?
We were able to contact Nashville Armory and verify with them that Mr. Reinking did purchase them, and also obtain some video showing him coming into the store and purchasing the items.
And so not only did they have his name in their system, but they actually provided surveillance videos, so you verified that it was him that entered and left?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they have any other transactions related to Mr. Reinking, or was it just those 2?
Just those to my knowledge.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the entire item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit.
68.
Detective Sumerel, were you able to attend the autopsies of the deceased victims in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe that?
Sorry. I did attend the autopsies of all 4 victims. First one, this was at 11 o'clock the next day. Mr. Sanderlin had received 7 gunshot wounds, which one was a catastrophic wound to his head. Ms. Groves had received 2 shots to the left side of her body, which one of the bullets traveled through her heart. Mr. Dasilva received 2 gunshot wounds to his right shoulder and arm, and he was believed to have received internal damage and bleeding. And Mr. Perez had at least 4 gunshot wounds to the upper back, neck, and head area, and the wound to his head was a catastrophic wound.
And Detective Sumerel, as a homicide detective, do you regularly attend autopsies of your deceased victims?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's something that's part of your daily activities.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something particularly different about the autopsies of these victims?
I can just say this was the most victims I'd ever had at one time at an autopsy.
And once that part of the investigation is done, what's kind of the next thing that's happening in the investigation?
After that, I'd return back to the station, and it was decided I needed to go ahead and obtain an additional warrant for the murder of Miss Groves. And so I started to work on that, at which point I was notified that Mr. Reinking had been apprehended.
And you obviously said that you're a detective at South Precinct. There's been previous testimony that Mr. Reinking was briefly brought to South Precinct. Were you there and did you observe him?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe his demeanor?
He was calm, quiet, relatively normal to everything I saw. He was doing everything asked of him, complying with anything asked of him.
And after that, what, if anything, what was kind of the next step in the investigation?
My next step was just to, at that point, he had been arrested, so start compiling all the information from all the different entities that had been involved, get information from FBI, ATF, bank records, just all the small stuff that had to be done after that.
Do you typically get FBI support in your homicide investigations?
Not normally, no.
And TBI, DA, ATF, is that?
It's normally all on me.
I guess the TBI probably assists more regularly than any other agency and local DEA and ATF, but this was a lot of assistance.
Yes, ma'am.
So is it fair to say that there were a lot of interviews and things happening by other agencies that were being provided to you as part of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And what information were you able to learn about Mr. Reinking? I mean, he has an apartment here. Were you able to determine how long he had been at that apartment?
I believe it was a few months. I did get the apartment contract from the apartment complex, but I can't remember off the top of my head how long he had been there.
Which you actually got a copy of his lease from the apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that document?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, this showed he had started his lease in January, end of January 2018.
And how much was that, the rent on that apartment?
$920 per month.
And it has Mr. Reinking's signature on it, is that correct? For his information?
It has his information on here, doesn't have his signature.
Were you able to determine, I mean, I guess at this point in the investigation, you're trying to figure out who this person is and I guess why this might have happened.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to locate any friends of Mr. Reinking?
The very first day that it happened, while I was back at the station trying to start my paperwork, I'd received a call from a former friend of Mr. Reinking's. I'll give you his name. Mr. Syndrome called and wanted to speak with a detective.
And did he indicate that he had had recent contact with Mr. Reinking?
I believe he indicated to me that it had been about 4 years since he had spoke with him.
Were you yourself able to locate any friends that had regular contact with Mr. Reinking?
No, ma'am.
And what about any employment? Were you able to determine whether or not he had a job?
I believe I did contact the company from the check he had received, and he was employed as a crane operator in Nashville for a short period.
And are you a crane operator? Do you know what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess, can you explain how you know what that means?
Back in 1989, I joined the National Guard, and I was trained as a crane operator in the National Guard back in 1989 for a short period.
So you have actually operated a crane.
Small cranes, yes, ma'am.
And can you describe, is that a difficult task or an easy task?
It can be a very difficult task, something you have to be on your game all the time. You can't be daydreaming. You have to concentrate. There's so much that goes into it. You have to know how much load you're lifting. You got to be aware of the people around you, what they're doing, what the load you're moving is doing. So many factors of the boom angle, how far you can lift it, how much you can lift, how much it's going to cause the crane to tip over. A lot of it goes into a crane operator.
So that sounds like math, physics, somewhat engineering.
A lot, yes, ma'am.
Complex. And you said that you were able to locate that he had recently worked as a crane operator in the Nashville area.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, I guess at that point, did you have any victim or witness that was at the scene? I know you have his vehicle, you found his apartment, you have a lot of information, but did you have any eyewitness identification at that point?
I did. The day after, or the third day after, I went to the Vanderbilt Hospital and spoke with Miss Waggoner and Miss Henderson.
And Miss Waggoner, Shanita, when you went to the hospital, what was her condition?
She was aware, but she was very distraught. Still, she had been through a couple of surgeries, I believe, already, and had to go through several more that were in the future.
And was she able to provide any information related to his identity?
No, she was not. She described to me what happened, but she could not identify Mr. Reinking.
And what about Miss Henderson?
I interviewed Miss Henderson. She was kind of in the same situation. She had been through some surgeries and had more to go through, but she was aware and spoke to me and described what happened to me. And I had asked her, did she think she could identify the suspect? And she indicated to me that she could.
And so what did you do at that point?
At that point, I went back to the precinct, made a photo lineup up, and went back to the hospital, presented it to her, and she picked Mr. Reinking out as being the person that shot her.
And was she certain about that identification?
She said 100%.
And I'm going to ask that you be handed a folder that has a 4-page document. Do you recognize the document that was just handed to you?
Yes, ma'am. This is the photo lineup that was presented to Miss Henderson.
And is her signature on that photo lineup?
I've got it marked that she was unable to sign due to her injuries.
And she was right-handed, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the document photo lineup within the folder be entered as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 69.
No.
If I could have one moment. I mean, I can put it there. Detective Sumerel, I just want to clear up a small detail. The lease contract that I handed to you earlier is dated January 2018, is I believe what your testimony was. it's specifically January 31st, 2018, with the lease term beginning February 3rd of 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
And then it says through midnight, February 2nd, 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is that apartment at 409.
That's correct.
Technically, they have a typo on their lease because it says 500 Mountain Springs Road, but we all know it's 5,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so Ms. Henderson was able to make a positive ID.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there various other steps that were taken that evidence processing, of DNA testing and ballistics testing and things of that nature?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did you follow up and try to speak with every person that was in the Waffle House at the time that this happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask the people to come in and do interviews?
I ended up mostly going out and finding most of the people and going to where they were to interview them.
But did you interview a few of the people at the station?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that some of the people were not as local as everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Those interviews, were they lengthy interviews, or was it more just to kind of document the information that they had from that 1 minute of
Just
the
brief,
incident?
going over exactly what happened to them, what they saw, real short, nothing lengthy.
And did you follow up in any way related to financial records of Mr. Reinking?
Yes, I believe I did a subpoena, and also the ATF, I believe, provided me some bank records.
And those, did you review those as part of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
If I can have just one moment. Detective Sumerel, do you see Travis Reinking in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you point him out and identify what he's wearing?
He's a gentleman here with a white long sleeve shirt on, the defense statement.
Thank you, Detective Sumerel. I don't have any other questions.
Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Detective Sumerel.
Yes, sir.
My name's Luke Evans. I'm one of the attorneys for Mr. Reinking.
Yes, sir.
So, if I understood your testimony, you're the lead detective or lead case agent on this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, according to your responsibilities in that role, it was important that you knew everything there was to know about the investigation of this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously you had to rely on the help of others, no doubt.
Yes, sir.
But it was incumbent upon you to review the information and be reported back to with information that was progressing throughout the investigation, correct?
To the best of my ability, yes, sir.
Now, and as part of your responsibilities as a detective, you keep what they call an investigative supplement report to kind of keep your thoughts in order. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That also serves to help you document what information you glean at what time in an investigation. Is that
Yes, sir.
right? So, if I understood you correctly, you said that after, I think, getting the information from the truck that had the address, the apartment address on it, is when you actually got the warrant for the apartment, went to Mr. Reinking's apartment to search. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you searched it, I think, a couple of different times. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you're searching it, the first time, is that when those pictures were taken that you identified? I guess Exhibit 51A through S, those particular photographs?
The majority of them, I believe I pointed out that 2 of them were taken the next day.
Okay. And the point of you going into Mr. Reinking's apartment at that time is to document pretty much everything you see there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And fair to say you walked in and pretty sparse.
Yes, sir.
No bed.
Nope.
All right. I think you pointed out to one of the pictures and noted that he appeared to be sleeping on the floor with a blanket over in the corner.
Yes, sir.
Kind of a folding table for a desk, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just so I didn't miss it, I never saw like a couch or anything of that nature in the apartment.
I believe there was a chair. There was no couch, nothing like
And
that.
that chair you're talking about, was that little kind of foldable black chair that was over by one of the, I think probably the balcony door to the apartment?
Yeah, there's the folding chair and also the computer, desk chair, whatever you want to call that.
But that's it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when we're looking at that, and could the clerk, could I retrieve Exhibit 51, please? And I'll need the Elmo, or the document presenter.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to let you see 51D, previously ended by state. Okay. Fair to say there was quite a bit of computer equipment.
Yes, sir.
I think you noted 2 separate laptop computers, correct?
There was a laptop, a tablet, the tower computer.
A tower, and then there was a MacBook.
And a MacBook, yes, sir.
And there was also, is there a microphone on the desk there?
I'm not sure. I believe it. Yes, sir.
That looked like a microphone just to the right of the lamp.
Could be, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you took all that information, not the information, but those computers, all the electronic devices, and you had, I think you noted in your report, you sent those to another division that forensically evaluates those things, examines.
Yes, sir.
Looks at them, right?
Correct.
So they can report back to you and say, here's everything that was on all of those digital devices.
Yes, sir.
And you've reviewed those digital devices as part of your investigation?
I did not review all that stuff, no, sir.
Have you reviewed any of that stuff?
I think I may have saw only one video from that stuff.
What kind
I
of
didn't
video?
go back and look at it. Mr. Reinking was sitting at the desk watching a movie.
Okay.
Videotaped himself watching a movie is the one I looked at.
Okay. And so, but you're saying that's the only video?
Yes, sir.
You have an approximation of how many gigabytes or terabytes or however of digital information was retrieved and forensically looked at by your department?
I have no idea.
Fair to say, a lot, right?
Yes.
And based on the information you've gleaned, there was a significant amount of videos of Mr. Reinking kind of vlogging talking into a camera.
I never saw that. I never
I'm
watched
not
any
asking
of that.
whether you looked at them or not. Are you aware that those types of videos existed on those machines?
I know there was a lot of information on it. I couldn't tell you exactly what was on there.
Okay. GoPro camera, I think you said that was Exhibit 57. You recovered
It
that?
was recovered, yes.
Right. And a GoPro camera, just obviously, I would imagine the jury knows what a GoPro is, but is that a camera someone can use to?
Like a video camera, to my best of my knowledge. I don't have one, but yeah, used as a video camera to record something.
Okay. Either themselves or others, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that camera case that was part of Exhibit 57, you said there was memory cards in there as well?
Yes, sir.
And did you review those memory cards?
I did not.
Is that something that you passed on to your forensic team to have them look at, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then Exhibit 59, just to be clear, was a Western Digital hard drive.
Yes, sir.
And that was something else that was turned over to your computer forensic team, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it was your job during this investigation to learn as much about Mr. Reinking as you possibly could. Is that correct?
My job as a homicide detective was to determine who did the crime and if I could get enough evidence to charge him with the crime. That was my initial responsibility. This being probably in that respect, one of the easiest homicides I'd ever had. The weapon was on the scene, the suspect's vehicle was on the scene, and I had video. I don't ever get that in homicide.
Right. So obviously you had the video.
And witnesses.
But you had to take steps to find out who Travis Reinking was, correct?
Well, I mean, I had to figure out who he was to identify him as a suspect, yes.
Sure, like where he was from, right?
Yes.
And during your investigation, you actually were able to locate a Morton, Illinois address for Mr. Reinking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And as part of that, you were also able to find that where he lived and had lived in Morton, Illinois was part of the Tazewell County Sheriff's Department's jurisdiction, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were asked a little bit about other agencies that have been involved with the investigation for the shooting at the Waffle House.
Yes, sir.
And you, I think, rattled off, there were several
Yes, sir.
federal agencies and otherwise.
Yes, sir.
One of them that I don't know that got mentioned, but the Secret Service was actually contacted, loosely involved in this investigation, correct?
I never had any contact with the Secret Service, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, at some point, you did find out as part of your investigation on how to move forward, determining how to proceed, that Mr. Reinking had been involved in an incident at the White House in Washington, D.C. in August of 2017, correct?
Objection, no approach.
You may. Question.
So, again, I'll restate the question. You were made aware that Mr. Reinking had been involved in an incident at the White House in approximately, what was it, August of 2017, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were going through his apartment and searching it, and it's fair to say, I think you noted it here, you say you located 2 rifles and ammo,
Yes, sir.
correct? A cell phone,
I believe there's multiple cell phones, I think, in the apartment.
and then you say some writings of the suspect.
Yes, sir.
And where were those writings of the suspect?
I believe there were some notebooks found in the closet.
Okay. And a GoPro camera,
Yes, sir.
2 laptops, correct?
Yes, sir.
A tower computer,
Yes, sir.
and we already mentioned the tablet.
Yes, sir.
Now, you also mentioned going back a second time
That's
to the
correct.
apartment. And during that incident, you were able to locate an additional notebook, you say, with the suspect's writing in it, correct?
If that's what I wrote, yes.
And then you found a letter that had been ripped up that you guys reconstructed, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was a letter that, from reconstruction, you could tell that Mr. Reinking had written to Taylor Swift.
I believe so.
Now, I want to go back to this safe. And if you could, the clerk could, pass the witness Exhibit 56.
Yes, sir.
Can you open it for me?
I will.
If you don't mind, with the court's permission, can he stand up and walk in front of the jury and let them take a look at that?
You need to put that podium out there so he can. Are you gonna want him to open it or anything, or just?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, put the podium out there so he can set it down there.
Now, Investigator Sumerel, before you open it, when you were on scene and you opened that safe, I think you described earlier there was a BMW key fob.
I believe so, yes.
Right? But that's not all that was in that safe, correct?
I don't recall.
You know, do you recall the key fob, but you don't remember that there was anything else, or whether there was anything else in that
Key
safe?
fob was pertinent to, I knew it involved the BMW that had been taken from there, so I knew that was important. But I can't recall anything else that was in the safe.
So you're saying, from your recollection right now, you can't remember whether or not you opened up that safe and the single solitary thing in that safe was a key fob, or if there was any other item, whether you remember the item or not?
I can't, no, sir, I don't recall what else was in there besides the key fob.
Well, let's find out. So can you hold that up for the jury? Yes, you did. Did you open it?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you opened it?
No, sir. It's been over 4 years ago. I don't recall.
But you remember the key fob so well.
Yes, sir. It was turned in his property.
Let me ask you this.
Verify that it was a key fob. Yes, sir.
Where was, so you see how it is now. Was the key fob on top of that, that information? Was it below it? Did you have to dig in it? How'd you
Right
find it?
here.
Is that how it was when you saw it?
Yes, sir. As far as I recall, I can't remember. I just know it was in the safe.
So, we got the key fob. What's under the key fob?
It's like a letter.
Who's the letter to?
Well, there's a letter to Oprah Winfrey, and a letter, top of this page says, Dear Taylor. I don't know who Taylor, which Taylor he's talking about.
All right. Read it.
Just for a moment, is he gonna, are you wanting the jury to see any more that's in there, or?
Yes, sir.
Because I'm just hoping he's being picked up properly on his testimony, because he's hard to hear from. Of course, he's facing you, but I'm not hearing him very well.
Well, and I think it would be, I'll tell you what we'll do. Pick the items up. So let's do this, if you don't mind, and what I'll do, Your Honor, with your permission, I'm going to have him kind of display the items and then go back to the podium, and then we can work through what the content says.
No, that's fine.
Could you, So if you could remove the key fob, you showed that to the jury.
DeEbony key fob,
And what's the next thing?
a letter marked Oprah Winfrey,
Okay.
some handwriting, different sheets of paper with writing on it. Looks like a lease from 2016, 2017. Passport. Some medical records, medical letter. Title of a vehicle, a Yamaha, looks like a motorcycle. Pictures. Another piece of mail. Another medical, something from Blue Cross Blue Shield. 3 more pictures. Some kind of documentation of what car deal, I believe. BMW tag, a 2018 BMW XR6. Another bill. Social Security Administration letter. Secretary of State of Springfield, Illinois. Looks like to be another title to a vehicle. Birth certificate. Two notebooks. Bank book. Checkbook. Another passport. And a diploma. That's all.
All right. And if you can put the contents back in and then return to the witness stand, and we'll kind of go through a few of those items. Thank you.
Jury, we need to address a particular issue that's taking a little longer than I thought, so if we can, please just step back to the jury deliberation room and, relax for a few minutes. We'll get you back in here as quickly as possible. Please, again, keep in mind, you cannot discuss anything about what's taking place in the courtroom. Keep your thoughts to yourself, remain open minded.
Ladies and gentlemen, come with your chair and follow me through.
Be seated, please. Which two letters, there's two letters that you're wanting to read to the jury, or what?
So, there's two letters that I intended to address with this witness, but I want to make clear, it's our position, that safe is evidence. It's in. So this whole thing about he can't read it, that shouldn't be read, this is not authentic, that's hearsay or a statement of the defendant, they should have thought of that before they put it in. It's in. So with this witness, I intended to ask about a couple of the letters and some more questions about the notebooks, but not necessarily having them read them. But it's our position that everything in that safe is in evidence now, and can be, referred to in the presence of the jury. The jury has a right to know what's in it and could look at it in deliberations. They could open it and go through every piece of it.
And the state has no objection to that. The state put the safe in evidence with its content. They can absolutely review it. This witness's testimony is that he did not go through everything in that safe. He is not familiar with the contents of the safe. He doesn't know anything about the context or where they came from. Asking this witness questions about those letters when he said, I don't even remember what was in this, I don't know anything about this, that's not appropriate. If the jury wants to go through it in deliberations, it is an item in evidence. The state's objection is asking this witness to read out something that he knows absolutely nothing about.
But you're saying that it's all right for the jury to do that, even though they don't know anything about it.
It's an item in evidence. If they want to review it during deliberations, I don't see how the state can.
Let me see the two letters first of all.
And again,
What specifically, which letters or whatever they are documents are you referencing that you want to address specifically in front of the jury?
Well, for the record, I want to address everything in that, potentially everything in that safe in front of the jury, whether it be now or in argument. But for this witness, what I had intended was there's a letter in an envelope that says, it's addressed to Oprah Winfrey, and then there's a letter that says, Dear Taylor. It's right on top. He actually referenced both. There, all there.
You can pull them both.
This is just a stack of letters, that's what's on top.
Is that what you're talking about, this stack?
Yep. Those two things in the court deputy's hands.
and again, Your Honor, as I stated at bench conference, the letter to Oprah was sealed until last week when it was opened at defense counsel's request in our presence. It was not an item that would have been open.
And are you intending to have him read each and every one of these? I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here that's in addition to possible letters to Taylor Swift. The one on top is it says Dear Taylor, I'm assuming you're Swift.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, but then there's something to an Allison.
And again, my intention was not to have the detective read everything in that entire stack, and I would have to actually look through the stack very briefly to pinpoint exactly what I would have the detective read.
All right, well, I'm going to overrule the objection is, made an exhibit. Of course, the statement clarified, you know, he doesn't really have any personal knowledge of what the content is based on his testimony already, but apparently it was discovered in the safe. Very good what way they wanted to, whether or not it was written by him or since it is an exhibit, I will allow you to get into whatever it is you intend to get into.
That's right.
And there's a whole lot of stuff there beyond just the letters to Oprah and Taylor.
And if Your Honor, can I retrieve the two documents that you just looked at very briefly, and I can, that way I can more accurately direct him to where I want him to read.
Yeah. Are we gonna need to make copies of this so everybody
Judge,
can?
copies were made of all those documents and provided to defense counsel when we went through the evidence. We met with them, we went through everything, they requested copies of those items, we provided those to them.
Do you have your copies of work that you may have worked on?
Nothing more, actually.
I'm not asking for a copy right now. I'm just saying that I want to make sure I'm looking exactly at the letter I want him to read or items I want him to read, so I can make sure that my order is exactly the order, because we do have working copies.
Okay. Well, while he's doing that, why don't we take about a 10-minute recess and let him get organized?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Should I say anything to
Didn't you
the,
in the record that this
juror? Hold
was
on just a second.
closed when he filed it?
Should I say anything to the jury?
This is open.
He was here, he's been.
I mean, we opened it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I think you put it in the record. I don't know that the jury necessarily, there's any issue with that. And,
Okay. I guess it's returned to sender, so it doesn't really matter, but. Okay.
all right.
All right, bring him in.
Judge, you have one who stepped back in the.
Oh, okay. I thought they were right outside the door. You can be seated.
He just come out.
Let me know when they're ready to come in.
They're coming in now, Judge.
I don't know whether that can step into it, or whether it's man's boots or something. Be seated, please. All right, Sheriff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to return a stack of documents withholding two to Detective Sumerel to put back in the safe, just not to confuse with the two that I'd like him to read.
All right.
Which one first?
This one first. That page. This one. Yes.
Just the front page.
Inspector Sumerel, you've got a document in front of you. Is that one of the writings that was just retrieved from the safe?
Yes, sir.
And could you read it aloud for the jury?
Taylor, I'm really confused right now. I don't know if it was you in the pictures on Instagram or someone who looks like you. Do you really have a twin sister? Which one am I in love with then? I want the Taylor that wrote those beautiful songs and sang to me at her concert. Maybe Taylor 1 wrote half and Taylor 2 wrote half. Maybe I saw Taylor 1 in Morton and Taylor 2 in I think it's concert. I'm not sure what that word is. Who is the girl in the music videos then? If there is Taylor with different identities, then who are those other people? Is Austin your brother? Maybe Calvin is boyfriend for Taylor 1 and Austin is boyfriend for Taylor 2. Taylor, I wrote you a story a few weeks ago about a dream that I had. I know you're really busy.
And you can place that back in the safe if you like. Now, another item that was in the safe was an envelope that you have in front of you. Can you describe for the jury who that envelope is addressed to?
This envelope is addressed to Oprah Winfrey.
All right. Does it have like an actual, you don't have to read it out, but does it have an actual address listed under it?
There is an address, yes.
And is there a return address?
Yes.
What's the return address?
Travis Reinking, 243 West 5th Street. I guess it's Salida, Colorado.
Okay. And was it mailed?
Mailed and returned 2/9/17.
Okay. And if you could, and you said return, so return to sender?
Return to sender, yes.
Okay. And if you could open that letter, please, and read that aloud for the jury, please.
Oprah, I'm writing you because I'm in love with Taylor Swift and I don't know if I'm delusional or not. I started writing Taylor June 2nd, 2015. The letters were about dreams that I was having. I saw Taylor for the first time September 29th, 2015. It was at a concert and she mouthed the words hello to me while she was singing a song. After that, I started to After that, I started to notice that what I was saying to her was getting repeated back to me on the internet. Also, things that I was doing on my phone and computer. I wrote her and gave her permission to do those things because she was being nice to me and I didn't want her to feel guilty. Later, I took back permission for her to do that because she started being cruel and lying about everything. She catfished me on the internet, made me fall in love with her, and then started being nasty to me. Taylor would link me videos that were correlated to my life. I would use algebraic substitution to assume identities between different characters. Normally, I would see a character as me if they had the same life situations as me. I remember that I wrote Taylor about a dream. She was falling because a female fan tried to hug her and there was no handrails. After that, I watched a movie on Netflix that's called That's Not Us. The female character says to the boy character, "You can help me keep my balance by learning to ride this bicycle," I believe is the word. I told my family that I was bisexual after that. I never made the connection that the thoughts I had about men meant that I wasn't straight. I just thought it was sin. It hasn't all been bad, but now she's saying things like I'm gay and I have to hook up with a guy to see her, that only girls are allowed in her squad, and that I'm a transvestite. She says things like she's hooking up with other guys, she's hooking up with girls, that she wants to be in a relationship with more than one person. She name calls me names like Donald Trump because I told her about my science idea and she supposedly made money off of it. She tells me that I can't trust anybody. She tells me things like she has a twin sister. I have evaluated these things for myself and I know them to be untrue. If Taylor wants to live a lifestyle that I'm not sure what the word is, that's her decision. Living my life the way I want to is my own decision, and she needs to respect that. Also, I feel like Taylor has been trying to get me to meet her places. Why she wouldn't just call on the phone, I have no idea. I tried to meet her one night, and I told my parents about it. They called ERS on me and had me forced by the police to get mentally evaluated. I was kept against my will for 6 or 7 days. The doctor, without a root cause analysis, told me that I was schizophrenic because I was having paranoid delusions of grandeur. When I asked him how he knew Taylor wasn't hacking me, he just said, "Trust me, she's not hacking you." I think that stealing someone's intellectual property would be a very plausible cause for someone to hack someone else, especially if it's worth what Donald Trump is worth. Last week, I thought Taylor was telling me to come home. I don't know the truth about her, so I thought the only way I'm going to know is to go see her. I figured that home is where she is, so I went to her house in LA. Taylor made it sound like I was all good for landing on my way there. She said that it was a trust fall and I just had to do it and trust her. I did it, but when I got there, the place was under construction and looked like it had been abandoned. I believe Taylor went there and I had driven 1,000 miles to see her. I was mad and posted a video on Twitter of me yelling outside her house. Now I don't know what to believe. I've reached out to the police, FBI, and even President Obama. I want the internet hacking to stop if it is in fact happening. I want to know for sure if I'm delusional or not. Maybe this is someone else on the internet, like the government. Maybe I was just wrong and saw different patterns. I'm pretty certain that it's Taylor because that's what they told me, and only Taylor should have gotten my written letters. I'm so in love with Taylor, and I'm chasing her the only way I know how. You're her friend, and I'm sure you would find out if this is real or not. Please, you have to help me. It's been a year and a half, and if this isn't real, I would really like to move on with my life. Taylor would probably like it too if strangers weren't showing up and yelling at her door. If it is real, I want to know why she is pretending to be someone else. I want to know why she is hacking me and stealing from me. I want to be able to get her help if she needs it. Maybe something like this is better suited for Mari. I know that you're a caring and generous person, Oprah, and if there is an honest person in show business, it's you. Please help me figure this out. Travis Reinking, and his address.
Thank you. And you can place that letter back into the envelope. Those are my questions.
All right. Big Red.
Detective Sumerel, anytime that there is digital evidence in a criminal investigation, is it common practice that you do not actually review the digital evidence, but there are detectives that are trained in computer forensics and mobile forensics that actually review that evidence, and then they just report back to you if there's something pertinent to the case?
Yes, ma'am.
And the GoPro videos were reviewed to see if by chance there was anything related to this homicide. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that review was done looking for evidence related to April 22nd, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
And if the SISU department and Detective Gesh would have located something pertinent, that would have been relayed back to you.
Correct.
And was there anything specifically related to 4/22/2018, this homicide incident at 3:23:50 a.m.?
Nothing that related to the homicide or would help us in finding Travis at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
All right, now go.
Your Honor, at this time, the state of Tennessee rests the case in chief.
All right, members of the jury, the state has concluded its case in chief. As I indicated to you last week and this week, I believe that at the conclusion of the state's case in chief, we would have to take a recess because there's some legal matters I have to address to the attorneys before we can proceed to the next phase of the trial. It's getting close to the lunch hour anyway, so it worked out pretty good. Please keep in mind, although the state has concluded its case in chief, this trial is not over with, so you still can't talk about this trial whatsoever. Again, you must keep the cost to yourself, remain open-minded. We'll get you back in here hopefully around 10 to 1 and get started. When the defense starts, I told you they had to move up their witnesses, and some of them had some tight schedules, so it'll be hopefully no later than 1, and if we can get started a little bit earlier, we will, okay? Just go back and relax. We'll get you back in here as soon as we can.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before you open this up, I need you to share a phone, please.
A few administrative matters. Will your first witness be here by 1 o'clock?
Should be here before.
Okay. Just let us know when she does get here. If it's 11:45, we'll try and get started a little bit earlier. That way she can get out a little bit early. Of the rest of your witnesses lined up, you said, I think last time you told me you had emailed them to see if they can adjust their schedules.
So the second one is supposed to be here at 3 o'clock. I'm anticipating that the first one would take a while. The second one, we told 3 o'clock, and then we might have a third one today. Be at 4.
All right.
So we think we should be able to have him here to go the rest of it.
All right. Do you want to address JOA at this time?
It'll be very brief if you want me to.
Well, I just thought we would have it at least for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move pursuant to Rule 29 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure for a motion of judgment of acquittal on the basis that the evidence that's been presented by the state is insufficient to sustain convictions for the offenses charged in the indictment.
Your Honor, the state at this point would say the proof is to the contrary.
At this point, we'll obviously agree with the state, since they have to look at it in light most favorable to the state, without any inferences, or with all inferences and presumptions, I'll respectfully deny the motion. Okay, and during lunch, I'll address, or I'll read the cases in closer detail on that instruction request number 3. And we'll try to deal with that before the end of the day. All right? Anything else? All right, Don, have a good lunch. I'll see you back here. Just kind of get word back to me when she gets here, and we'll see how quickly we can get started up here. Thank you. We should be getting started in a minute. The jurors are about ready. And you did indicate Dr. Wood was here.
She is, she's outside in the hallway.
Whoever this person is. But yeah.
Yes, sir.
Waved at Steve that there was a juror going in one of the rooms.
Steve said that, got a couple things you might be rushing.
Before the jury comes in, we revisit one last time what the extent of the parameters of Dr. Wood's testimony in light of Your Honor, based upon what she has expressed in her report over the four corners of that. We'll also point out that as far as which is diagnosis, no problem with that. But under 39-11-501C, that's that at the very last she says, the overwhelming bulk of the presently available information supports the defense of insanity. That is inadmissible.
Right. Clearly, and I assume you've been instructed on that.
Yeah, Your Honor, we've explained that she can give an opinion as to severe disease or mental defect, that she can give an opinion as to whether or not, at the time of his actions, whether or not he knew they were wrong, but that she cannot connect the two by saying, as a result of something like that. So she's aware of that.
So that any phrase that starts like in support of or would support,
Yeah.
that's
I mean, it's going to bring her in, I don't mind reminding her of it.
I mean, if you want to, I mean, I think she understands she can't say he met the legal definition of insanity. She can't go to the ultimate issue.
Remind her, she can just go ahead and remind her now, she can't use the word insanity during any of her testimony.
Well, she can say that she evaluates for insanity.
Yes, it's that, but in
Right.
terms of referencing that term to the defendant in this case or anything of that nature.
If you want to remind her, I don't anticipate her saying he was insane at the time.
Okay.
I anticipate her saying, quite frankly, what's in her report.
All right. But his concern in the report is that she takes that extra step and says it supports insanity. That's what I don't want her saying.
Okay, so, well, if you want to, when she
Let's
comes
bring her
in.
and I'll just,
Yeah, the other thing is, if this issue about, so there were items that she received before she signed her name on the report, okay? And then there were items that she received after that. Now, this is from John Wing years ago, Public Defender's Office. So, for instance, in her report, there's a discussion about him going to a place called Unity Point Health, okay? Because she was made aware of that beforehand. But the records didn't come in until after her report, and so she was then given the records. A couple of other things are the MTMHI reports. When they were finished, they were sent to her as well. Now, under 703, she can consider anything at or before the hearing that may have affected her opinion. So if she wants to reference that, that's fair game. And we don't have any of this last minute, any kind of issue like that. And so,
I don't have a problem with the items you just referenced. But my understanding is that thumb drive that had.
the thumb drive has nothing to do with it.
Okay, yeah.
The thumb drive
I
has
don't have a
nothing to do
problem
with
with her getting, I mean, she recommended he goes to MTMHI for further evaluation.
Yes.
It's only proper that they would then send a report back to her close in time to when the referral was made. So I don't know anything about this other place, but I mean, since it was referenced in this report, seems it was proper for her to follow up and get that information. That's it.
And she certainly did not do any supplemental report after receiving that, so.
Yeah, there's no other report other than what we have.
So, I mean, in terms of her ultimate opinions, it's based on what's in this report. But, I mean, yes, if she referenced anything for which she did not yet have the reports, she can look at those reports and include them. But since, I mean, this is her opinion, and so that's what she's kind of bound by.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
So if you want to have a discussion with her about the use
I mean,
of
if you'll just remind her, just to avoid that phrase going in the direction of that phrase at the end of her report, where she says, where was it?
Last sentence on page 46.
Yeah, at present, this issue is deferred pending inpatient evaluation with a caveat that the overwhelming bulk of the presently available information supports a defense of insanity. And that is, supports a defense of insanity is what I do not want her referencing.
Okay.
And that she, by law, I mean, just cannot reference.
you want to go out and remind her?
If you will just remind her to stay away from using that type of phrases or language.
And I can say, and out of an abundance of caution, don't use it as in reference to your evaluation
Right.
from the standpoint of, I think she can talk about this is what I do for a living, and in this case, I was requested to do an evaluation.
Obviously, she can do that. I mean,
But as far as the results and stuff like that, she cannot say anything
Right.
that mentions the word
So
insanity.
you just kind of remind her of that.
So essentially, that sentence really should stop for the period after the word evaluation.
Right.
Okay. I'll remind her of that real quick, and I'll be right back.
But I got the jury waiting in the hallway.
Well, good for you.
Finally got something right.
Yeah, I didn't tell you got it right. This is good for you. Talk about whether it's right or not later on.
Yes, sir.
All right, Reagan, is yours.
Yes, sir.
Be seated, please. Jury, did any venture outside at lunch? Not really a good day for it. Dreary winter day. You know, when Ms. Norman was rapid firing on the exhibits and everything, and my staff members were running around everywhere, it reminded me that my staff this morning indicated somebody be wanting to exercise this afternoon. I should have just made you court officer. Could have taken care of it all at one time and made the efficient use of everybody's time. All right, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Dr. Mary Elizabeth Wood.
All right.
Raise your hand if you want to do.
You solemnly swear to affirm and tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wood.
Good afternoon.
If you need some water at some point, I think they can provide that for you.
Sure.
If you need anything, just let them know.
Sure.
I realize it's a little awkward. We're looking at each other through two things of plexiglass, but we'll work through it. Will you tell the jury your full name, please?
Mary Elizabeth Wood,
And where are you employed?
Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
And what positions do you hold at the Vanderbilt University Medical Center?
I'm an assistant professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences. I am also an adjunct professor of psychology through Vanderbilt and an affiliate faculty member through the University of Alabama.
Do you work on what's called the Vanderbilt Forensic Evaluation Team?
I do.
What is that team?
So the Vanderbilt Forensic Evaluation Team conducts all the court-ordered evaluations for Davidson County. That's both juvenile and criminal courts, meaning that we see all defendants who have been ordered to undergo an evaluation. These evaluations are typically combined evaluations of competence and insanity. And as part of that contract, we get information from both the defense and the prosecution. We evaluate defendants and then provide opinions back to the court about those evaluations.
Right. Will you tell the jury about your education?
I earned my bachelor's degree in psychology from Kennesaw State University. I went on to earn a master's degree in clinical psychology as well as a doctorate degree in clinical psychology. While I was in graduate school, I completed a concentration in psychology and the law, meaning that I completed coursework in forensic assessment, forensic psychology. I worked in a research lab that focused on the intersection of psychology and the law. And I also worked in a variety of placements, like a state psychiatric hospital, the state forensic hospital. I worked in a juvenile detention center, all sort of focusing on this intersection of psychology and the law. I then completed a one-year internship, followed by a one-year postdoctoral fellowship at Patton State Hospital, which is the largest forensic hospital in the country. It maintains a census of about 1,500 patients. While I was there, I provided treatment, intervention, assessment, violence risk assessment, all with a forensic population for people who'd been committed to the hospital.
Are you a licensed clinical psychologist with the state of Tennessee?
I am.
Do you have any board certifications?
I do. I am certified as an outpatient evaluator by the Department of Mental Health and Substance Use Services here in Tennessee, which allows me to conduct the court-ordered evaluations. And I am also board certified in forensic psychology through the American Board of Professional Psychology.
Can you tell the jury how many people are in Tennessee are board certified in forensic psychology?
I was the 7th.
And what about in Davidson County? How many are there?
There are 3 of us.
And you're one of those 3?
Correct.
Have you previously been qualified in any court as an expert in the area of forensic psychology before?
I have.
And can you just tell some of the courts you've been qualified in?
This court, other general sessions and criminal courts here in Davidson County, the juvenile court here in Davidson County, federal jurisdiction here in Nashville, in Columbia, I believe as well.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, I would move the court to declare Dr. Wood an expert in the field of forensic psychology.
Anything to say?
No, Your
Right, Dr. Wood will be declared an expert in forensic psychology. And again, members of the jury, I'll explain more in detail the expert testimony and conclusion of the trial.
Dr. Wood, how did Vanderbilt become involved in this case?
Our office received an order to conduct an evaluation of Mr. Reinking on May 2nd of 2018, which is about a week after he was arrested.
And when you say received an order, where did that order come from?
The order came from the court, so this is a pretty standard process. In this instance, the defense attorney requested the evaluation, but it can be requested by either side. After that's requested, an order is signed, and that's faxed over to our office, at which point this sort of evaluation process begins.
Okay. So the court, is that by contract that if there's a requested evaluation that the court sends those people to Vanderbilt by contract with the county?
That's correct. We're considered what's called a friend of the court, meaning that we're not sort of hired by either side here in Davidson County.
And that's what I was going to say, that neither the state, the prosecution, or the defense, neither one of them hire you to do your evaluation.
That's correct. It was the court that ordered us to.
Okay. And at the time, I believe, you did your evaluation, Mr. Reinking was represented by a different individual, is that correct?
Correct, by the public defender's office.
Okay. And when you completed your evaluation, came up with your opinions, this team had not been on the case yet, is that correct?
No.
So what was the scope of your assignment? So when Vanderbilt gets contacted with a court order, how is it that you get assigned to be the evaluator in the case?
So at the time that this order was received, there was 2 people on the forensic evaluation team, myself and a colleague, Dr. Kimberly Brown. At that time, I was essentially taking 100% of the cases that were coming in, so it was kind of automatically assigned to me as part of that. I would note that over the course of the 4.5 years that I've been at Vanderbilt, doing these court-ordered evaluations has comprised anywhere between 80 and 100% of my job, at which time I've seen over 850 individuals for these types of evaluations. So it was a pretty standard process that we have in place for this.
Okay. When you conduct an evaluation like this, just in general terms, in your field, what do you do to conduct a proper investigation? What types of things do you do? What types of things do you look at?
So this is a pretty standard type of evaluation. There's certain types of forensic evaluations that often get requested. An insanity defense or mental state at the time of the offense evaluation is what we call a retrospective assessment. And what I mean by that is it's my job as the evaluator to put together a picture and understand the defendant, Mr. Reinking's mental state at the time of that incident. So we're looking at a retrospective, a prior point in time. Now, as part of that and understanding what his mental state was at that time, I'm looking at information from before, during, and after that incident. Part of the evaluation is getting the defendant's account in particular, asking them what happened, can you explain to me what was going through your mind? But ultimately, given the context, a lot of the information that we rely on is from other sources, whether that's treatment records, mental health records, interviews with witnesses. I'm looking at mental health records from the jail, sometimes talking to collateral sources. So we're really, you can think of it a lot like putting together pieces of a puzzle, where his account is one piece of that puzzle. But ultimately, my job is to understand and help the court understand what was going through Mr. Reinking's mind at the time of the incident by using all of that information.
And in this particular case, tell the jury what kind of the things that you considered in coming up with your opinions.
So there was quite a bit of records that I reviewed. So at the time when we received the packet, the first piece of information is sort of the arrest affidavit. The prosecution provided a considerable amount of information, including videos, witness statements. I think there was some detective supplements. So I had a lot of information about what actually happened at the time of the incident. I also reviewed his mental health records from the jail. He had several contacts from the day of his arrest through the time that I saw him in May. There were several incident reports and police reports that had been written from an outside jurisdiction in his hometown that I reviewed. I also reviewed a number of documents that were created by his previous defense attorney explaining things that collateral sources had explained. So he had talked to family members. I think there was an uncle, a father, a sister. And so I considered all of that information. There was also a series of YouTube videos that were provided to me by the defense attorney that Mr. Reinking had posted online on YouTube in the fall of 2017 that kind of provided a picture of what he was saying and doing and acting like at that point in time. There was also a couple audio recordings, one with a computer repair place. I think it was about a week or 2 weeks before the incident itself. And there was also a recording of an interview with a salesperson from a BMW dealership who had interacted with Mr. Reinking about 5 days before.
Okay. And so, then do you meet with Mr. Reinking in person?
Yes, I met with Mr. Reinking for a period of over 6 hours, spanned over about 4 days, from all within this span of May and early June. He was in jail at the time. We were in a private room right outside the pod.
Okay. And then based on all the information you reviewed, your interview with him, everything you did in your evaluation, did you form any opinions?
I did.
Specifically, did you form an opinion as to whether Mr. Reinking suffers from a severe mental disease or defect, or that he suffered from that at the time that the acts that resulted in the Waffle House incident were committed?
I did.
And what was that opinion?
The diagnosis that I provided in the report was schizophrenia.
Okay. Can you first, and is that a severe mental disease or defect as defined in Tennessee?
It is, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what schizophrenia is?
Schizophrenia is what we call a psychotic spectrum disorder. The easiest way to think about what schizophrenia is that it's a disorder that's characterized by a break or disconnection from reality. So individuals with schizophrenia oftentimes present with characteristic symptoms or behaviors that really represent this lack of logical connection to the reality that the rest of us know. I'll talk about a couple of the symptoms and sort of relate them back and talk later about how these were present with Mr. Reinking. The first, and I think most known symptom, is that of hallucinations. Hallucinations are just experiences that someone may have that other people do not. These can be auditory hallucinations, for example, hearing voices, whispers. In Mr. Reinking's case, he heard people shouting outside of his apartment, barking like dogs. He heard the voice of Taylor Swift. Visual hallucinations are those where someone might perceive something in their environment that's not really there, whether that's movement, people, shadows, things like that. Some individuals also experience what are called tactile hallucinations. And tactile hallucinations are essentially physical experiences on one's body that aren't actually happening. Some individuals might say it feels like bugs are crawling all over my skin. Some people feel tingling or certain sort of somatic or physical complaints that aren't actually happening. So that's the first sort of cluster of symptoms, and those are hallucinations. The other, and I think more prominent in this case, are what are called delusions. Delusions are fixed false beliefs. So these are inaccurate beliefs about the environment around them that are usually unamenable to conflicting information. And what I mean by that is delusions represent some sort of misinterpretation or misperception of reality that persists despite being provided contradictory evidence. An example of someone believing that they were a billionaire and continues to persist in this belief despite showing them bank statements to suggest otherwise. These beliefs are oftentimes very rigid, they're inflexible, they persist over time. One of the things that we know about individuals who develop delusions is that there's sort of a series of processes that happen, sort of cognitive distortions that serve to not only develop these delusions, but also persist over time. And these are things like jumping to conclusions. So if I'm working on my computer and it suddenly shuts down, me as someone who's not concerned about being persecuted or attacked is not going to make much of that. And I'll turn the computer back on. I'll attribute it to some glitch in the computer. Someone like Mr. Reinking, for example, who believed that he was being hacked and believed that these technology that he had been compromised, interprets that as evidence of this persecution. That's a piece of information that he uses and cites to suggest that this delusion is real. And so I say that just to sort of provide to you, I'll talk to you about some of the examples of ways in which Mr. Reinking developed these beliefs, but also they persisted over time with these messages that he was perceiving in the environment. Now, delusions sometimes fall into a number of different categories. The most prominent is persecutory.
Persecutory delusions are just beliefs that someone is plotting against them, wanting to harm them. They might be followed, stalked, in some sort of danger. Some individuals develop what are called erotomanic delusions. These are beliefs that they have a relationship with someone that's not real. They might believe that someone, for example, Taylor Swift, is in love with them, or that they're married, or there's some sort of relationship that exists that does not. And finally, grandiose delusions are ones about sort of special powers or abilities that they might think they possess, like telepathy, or can communicate with other people through their minds and things like that. Those are delusions. The last category of symptoms that I want to mention is what we tend to call disorganization. And there's really two ways in which this manifests. The first is disorganized behavior. You can think about this in terms of someone might be just behaving in a bizarre way. It doesn't make a lot of sense. A classic example is someone who's wearing 3 winter jackets in the dead of summer. Their sort of behavior doesn't really match up to the situation in which they're in, or doing things that don't make sense to other people. The other situation in which this comes up is disorganized thought process. So I mentioned sort of these hallucinations and delusions. That's really focused on the thought content, what someone is thinking. But individuals with schizophrenia often also present with disrupted thought process, and that means sort of the way that they're connecting ideas in their mind. This oftentimes comes out during conversations. The listener might have a hard time figuring out, how did we get from A to B? There's leaps in logic. It's kind of difficult to follow where they're going. Some individuals during conversations sort of veer off into these unrelated directions. They might get distracted by something that's happening and sort of end up talking about something over here that has nothing to do with the conversation. These are some of the most obvious and characteristic symptoms of schizophrenia.
Can you just briefly describe what causes schizophrenia, or is what psychologists believe causes it?
Well, there's some theories about that. I think the jury's still out, so to speak, on that. There's some research to suggest sort of brain has been implicated, certain neurotransmitters, the way in which we're interpreting the environment. There is a strong genetic component in which many individuals, we see sort of a 50% irritability, so if you have a parent or someone with schizophrenia, it's more likely that you will as well. But there's multiple sort of competing theories, but generally speaking, we tend to think about it in line with what we call the diathesis stress model, which is that we all sort of have some sort of genetic vulnerability that sort of combined with stressors in the environment could produce something like a psychotic disorder.
Are there any available treatments for people that have schizophrenia?
Yes, there are.
And what are those?
Well, medications, antipsychotic medications, tend to be the first line of treatment. They tend to be pretty effective in addressing particularly things like hallucinations or disorganized behavior. There's also a lot of movement right now to address individuals who are in the midst of a first episode psychosis, so providing a lot of sort of skills training and supports, individuals who kind of continue to be maintained in the community. Therapy, one really effective way of addressing delusions in particular, is what's called cognitive behavioral therapy. And it's helping someone sort of address those cognitive distortions to say, what is the evidence that you're being persecuted? Can we sort of reality test and hypothesis test these things?
Now, for people that are schizophrenic, do they just walk around in the world every day, just like talking to themselves, being in the world of delusion? Or do they have days where they appear that they are acting normal, for lack of a better word?
Sure. I mean, I think schizophrenia is like most things on a spectrum of severity. And so there's some people who absolutely, I think, sort of fit this stereotype of someone who's walking around and talking to themselves and not making a lot of sense. So certainly there are individuals who present in that way. But there's also people who sort of fluctuate in terms of their stability, and there's days that you might not know that they have schizophrenia, and particularly if they're undergoing treatment, or someone whose prominent symptom is more these delusions, these kind of embedded complex beliefs that they possess about the world around them, usually don't come out or like become observable to people around them unless they're kind of tapped, unless you ask about them or they're accessed in some way.
Can a schizophrenic person be compliant with directions and orders?
Absolutely.
If I told them to get into this car, could they be compliant and get in the car?
Absolutely.
Or get out of the car and go into a building?
Absolutely.
Could they be compliant with medical staff?
Absolutely.
And still be schizophrenic?
Yes.
Okay. Can they hold a job?
Some do, yes.
Okay. I believe you're aware that Mr. Reinking held a job as a crane operator.
At points, yes.
Yeah. And do you believe that he could operate, have a job as a crane operator and still be schizophrenic?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to go into, you said that the diagnosis was schizophrenia.
Correct.
For Mr. Reinking. I want you to tell the jury what is the basis of your opinion. What did you consider? What did you factor in to come up with this diagnosis of schizophrenia?
Sure. So in arriving at a diagnosis, there's all sorts of information that I consider. The most salient of which is how someone presents with me during the interview. So I'm paying attention to their behavior, the way that they're thinking, what they're talking about. But I think more important in this case, I want to review a couple of incidents that were documented in the records that I think really predated this incident and supported this diagnosis long before he came to the attention of the police in April of 2018. The first incident was in May of 2016 in his hometown in Illinois. At that point in time, Mr. Reinking's parents called with the Emergency Response Service, which is kind of equivalent to the Mobile Crisis Service here in Nashville, and said that she was concerned about her son and wanted an evaluation. The ERS team or crisis team responded in addition to the police department, at which point they explained that Mr. Reinking had been behaving bizarrely for about a year before. At the point he was talking about that he was being harassed, that Taylor Swift was calling him downtown. His mom had accompanied him, and he was walking down the street. He swore that Taylor Swift was across the street and saying something to him. He ran across the street. At one point he climbed on top of a rooftop looking for Taylor Swift and saying that he was finding her. She was communicating with him, and maintained this when the police arrived. His parents explained to the crisis team that this had been going on for a little while. He'd become more depressed and isolated in the year before, but this was the most significant event that had happened. He was described by the police officers as uncooperative in the sense that he didn't perceive anything was wrong with him. He did not want to go to the hospital. He did not want to cooperate in a crisis assessment. He did make it clear, talking to the police, that he didn't want to hurt anyone, but he wanted the harassment to stop. Ultimately, Mr. Reinking got into his car and left. And while they left, his parents continued talking to the crisis evaluator, at which point they said, "We're really concerned. He said things earlier today that made us think he was going to hurt himself, and we have firearms that he has access to, and we're really worried." At that point, Mr. Reinking came back, and then they put him into protective custody and hospitalized him because there were concerns about his imminent risk to harm himself or someone else. Now, at this point, he was describing this sort of harassment, these messages that Taylor Swift was talking to him that had become increasingly intense over those months preceding. Mr. Reinking was ultimately hospitalized at a psychiatric hospital there in town for about a week. These records described him as paranoid. They described him as delusional. He was preoccupied with Taylor Swift. When they talked to him about this harassment and this hacking, he kept referring to his cell phone, saying, "There's coded messages in there. I can show them to you. This is actually happening." He was started on an antipsychotic medication and seemed to improve a little bit in the sense that by the end of his hospitalization, he was willing to say that it's possible I've misinterpreted this, but he maintained that it was not a misinterpretation. He was released from the hospital, and he complied with one outpatient appointment after that, which he said is only to appease my parents. I'm not mentally ill. There's nothing wrong with me. The next incident that was documented for Mr.
I hate to interrupt, but since she's finished the first example, I've asked for the cautionary instruction.
Yeah, members of the jury, let me just read this to you, and I'm going to read it to you again. During at the end of the trial, you have heard Dr. Wood testify to information that she relied upon in offering or will be offering as part of her expert opinion. This information, while I have allowed it to be admitted, is in fact hearsay and is intended solely for your use to understand, weigh, and assess the expert opinions that she may ultimately give. You cannot consider it for the truth of what was told to her or related to her. You can only consider how she might have used that information to form the basis of the opinion that she ultimately came up with. Is that satisfactory?
So Dr. Wood, along those lines, based on the instruction that this is hearsay, can you tell the jury specifically what you looked at to get that information?
The first was an incident report that I believe was completed by the Tazewell Sheriff's Office. It was actually completed by the police officer that responded. And I also looked at the crisis evaluation, which was completed, I think, by the crisis or emergency response, as well as the records from the hospitalization. So those were provided by the providers, the psychologist, the psychiatrist, the therapist that he saw when he was in the hospital.
So these are law enforcement documents?
The first few were, yes.
Medical documents?
And medical documents, correct.
This is not people just telling you stories.
That's correct.
These are actual law enforcement medical reports that you review and coming up with this.
These are records that had documented things that happened before, correct?
Okay. You can go on to the next incident.
Sure. So the next incident that I had that was documented was a audio recording of a phone call that Mr. Reinking made while he was in Colorado. He told me that he moved to Colorado shortly after the hospitalization to get away from his family and sort of start a new life. He was concerned about this kind of harassment and sort of moving. The audio recording that I received was Mr. Reinking calling the police department saying that he wanted to report that he was being harassed and he was receiving these harassing communications. He wanted to report that he was being stalked. I believe this audio recording, it was provided to me by the defense attorney, and I believe that it was broadcast on the news, which is how they had access to it. In this phone call, he had a difficult time articulating who it was that was harassing him or what these messages were, but he was very clear that he wanted to file a police report and there was some sort of stalking that was occurring, and that was in March of 2017. The next incident...
And pardon me for interrupting, I missed
Sure.
one thing. You said that was in March of 17. I just want to make it clear. The first incident was May of 2016. Is that right?
Correct. Do you mind if I just verify that on my
Sure.
report here? Yeah, the first incident was May of 2016.
Okay. Which would have been just under 2 years prior to the Waffle House incident.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. I apologize. Then you said March of 2017 is the incident where he's contacting law enforcement in Denver, Colorado, explaining what's happening to him at that point.
Correct, and wants to report a police report about his being stalked and harassed, yes.
Okay. And then go on to the next incident.
The next incident, I reviewed 2 incident reports that were completed by the Tazewell Sheriff's Office, which is the same office that did the initial crisis evaluation the year before. These documents reviewed 2 phone calls or 2 reports that were made to the police that day, and it was in June of 2017. The first report that was made was by a coworker of Mr. Reinking, who also worked at his father's business. It was also Crane business. He explained, at the time, Mr. Reinking was living on an apartment on top of the business, and they had gotten into an argument. He was worried because during that argument, Mr. Reinking got very upset. He ended up coming out of his apartment with an assault rifle. He was wearing a pink, the records are different. Some describe it as a pink woman's housecoat or maybe a dress. He was wearing this pink dress with nothing underneath it, with the assault rifle. He came downstairs. He screamed something at him saying, "Is this what you fucking want?" He put the assault rifle into the car and drove away. This individual called the police department and said, "I don't know where he went or what happened, but I'm worried." The same day, some individuals from a nearby pool called the police to report another incident. In this incident, they said that Mr. Reinking had arrived at the pool in the same pink housecoat. He walked into the pool area, jumped into the pool. I believe at the point in time he pulled off the housecoat. He was only wearing underwear. At some point during this incident, he exposed himself to the people there. He, again, was saying things, I think he screamed something like, "I am a man." The lifeguards were trying to intervene to get him out of the pool to figure out what was going on. He was described as uncooperative. They said that he was trying to fight with the lifeguards, but he was very angry at the time. Mr. Reinking ended up leaving the pool. Both of these reports said, clearly said Mr. Reinking has some mental problems. The incident at the pool said no one wanted to press charges. This is just an informational report. And then they went that evening and talked to Mr. Reinking at his house to kind of check in and see what was going on. At this point, they again said that Mr. Reinking clearly has some mental problems. He said, "I don't want to talk to the crisis people. I went to the hospital before. There's nothing wrong with me." And that was sort of the end of it. The police officers talked to his father at that time and said, "Can you kind of get the guns from him? I think we're concerned about what's happening." I think at that point his sister agreed to talk to him and make sure he didn't have access to weapons. But that was kind of the end of that incident. And that was in June of 2017.
When is the next significant incident that factors into your opinion?
The next incident, I think, was it was July 7th of 2017, which was about 3 weeks later.
Okay.
And at that point, Mr. Reinking drove to the White House. And this was an incident report that was provided to me that was written by the person who was manning the gate at the White House. This incident report says that Mr. Reinking pulled up to the pedestrian gate in his car. He said, he asked to speak to the president first, and then the person manning the gate redirected him and sort of told him, if this is how you want a tour, this is how you can get it. Mr. Reinking was sort of uncooperative, and he said, I'm here to talk to the president. He made a reference to wanting to inspect the grounds. He referred to himself as an American national. He was not responsive to redirection. They described him as kind of continuing to try to walk past the barrier despite the agent saying you can't come in, at which point he was arrested for, I think it was trespassing or unlawful, being there unlawfully. I don't have any records detailing the resolution of that other than from Mr. Reinking himself, but he told me that he completed some community service and underwent a psych eval, and that was how that was resolved. The next incident was about a month later in August of 2017, back in Mr. Reinking's hometown. Tazewell Sheriff's Office reported that Mr. Reinking at an intersection pulled over next to a police officer and said, I want to file a report. At this point, he said he wanted to file a report. He was being hacked. He was receiving messages. He believed that he was being hacked and watched and followed by something like 20 to 30 people. He wanted this to be documented. The police officer in that report described him as very concerned and worried, and ultimately took this report to document this stalking, but that was really the end of that incident. About 2 weeks later, they arrived at Mr. Reinking's home. I'm not sure what prompted this, but that was the point at which they took his guns and ammunition. And I think there was some reference of a FOID card. I don't know if this was because of the incident at the White House, but ultimately he surrendered his guns and ammunition at that point. That was the end of August of 2017. The next series of incidents that I have documented are in April of 2018. Now, I understand in that intervening period, Mr. Reinking...
Dr. Wood, just real quick, I just want to make sure before we go to there. These incidents that you're talking about with the swimming pool and the DC and the guns and all that kind of stuff, this is all based on police reports, law enforcement reports. Is that correct?
Correct. These are all information I'm telling you from the records.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
That's okay.
Go on to the next events.
So the next events happened in April of 2018. My understanding is in that time frame, Mr. Reinking relocated here to Nashville. The first incident is the beginning, or about, I think it was April 11th of 2018. Mr. Reinking had brought his computer into a repair shop and asked them to repair it. I understand that he believed they had messed with his computer. I listened to an audio recording of a phone call with Mr. Reinking and the technician who worked at this repair shop. I'm not sure where this phone call came from. I don't know who provided it. But during this phone call, Mr. Reinking asked them, what did you do to my computer? He said something to the effect of, why do you keep doing this to me? He was again accusing them of harassing him and sort of hacking his computer, which was consistent with this sort of series of records that I had. At the end of the phone call, Mr. Reinking got very upset and eventually told the person on the other end of the phone to jump off of a bridge or go kill themselves. About 6 days later, there was an incident that happened at a BMW dealership in Brentwood. The information that I have documenting this incident was a recording with the salesperson, and I don't recall what other piece of information I reviewed. But this incident, Mr. Reinking showed up at a BMW dealership on April 17th, which was 5 days before the alleged incident. He asked to look at a vehicle, got into the car. When he was in the car with the woman, he said something like, I'm going to take this car. And she laughed it off, and he said, I don't think you understand me, I'm taking this car. She eventually got out of the car, and Mr. Reinking left with the car. She described that he had some difficulty in the car, like putting the car into drive. He seemed to not really know what he was doing. Trying to get out of the parking lot, he, I guess, like took a wrong turn and ended up driving throughout the parking lot for several minutes before he made it out. They said later that he had put his address into the GPS in the car and drove home. And I understand they went and got the car back the next morning.
Did you, you said something about YouTube videos that you reviewed?
Correct. I also reviewed a series of YouTube videos that were provided to me by the defense attorney at that time. These were videos that I understand his uncle had sort of gotten offline. Mr. Reinking had created a YouTube channel online. These videos were Mr. Reinking documenting this harassment, these messages. He, in these videos, described this as a psychological assault. He said, these people are messaging me, they're hacking me. He described it as torture. He said, I'm being traumatized from this. He said, I've been asking for help. He documented several things that he'd done to get help. He said, I've called the police. I've gone to the White House. I talked to the FBI. No one's listening to me. No one believes me. During one of the videos, Mr. Reinking described how he would barricade himself in his apartment using a clipboard in the door to prevent intruders from entering. He also at one point panned the video to his bed, where he showed that he had been sleeping with a loaded assault rifle in the event that someone came into his house and was there to harm him. During these videos, he was clearly demonstrating that he was fearful of his life. He described how this has increased in intensity over time. He was worried. He didn't know why this was happening. And sort of at one point said something to the effect of, what am I supposed to do? Why are they doing this to me, and what am I supposed to do? There was also some videos of him where he had taken, not screenshots, but where he was sort of videoing him playing a video game. And he was showing what he believed was evidence of them hacking. So he was saying, you see that? Did you see how that happened? And so it was clear for me watching the video, I don't play video games, but there was nothing in this video to me that suggested that there was anything off. But Mr. Reinking was very adamant in these videos that this proved this persecution and this hacking, and that something was happening to him.
Did he, so was there evidence up until the incident, these 2 years before going through, did you see any evidence dealing with any paranoia about the government or paranoia with law enforcement?
Correct. I think that's one of the sort of threads that ties these incidents together, and even with talking with Mr. Reinking in particular, is that what he described as this initially started with kind of friendly communications with Taylor Swift. He described that he had gone to a concert and she directly addressed him. She said hello to him in the audience. And that initially it was kind of friendly communications. They were messaging, he was writing her letters. During his hospitalization in 2016, he said that she was helping him find himself. Over time, though, these communications changed. They progressed. And they progressed in several ways. Number one, they progressed in terms of the frequency. So they were happening more and more often. They progressed in terms of the intensity and the tone of these communications. They had begun with sort of this, what he, I think, believed was a romantic or friendship relationship with Taylor Swift. Over time, it became threatening, and he started to say, I don't know why they're doing this to me. They're messing with me. They're doing something to my head. In addition to changing in terms of the content of those communications, it also changed in terms of his perception of who was communicating with him. It was initially just Taylor Swift and then Ariana Grande at one point. Over time, he believed that his family was involved. He thought the CIA, the FBI, the police, various individuals. And I talked about these things that he did to kind of get help over time. And he perceived the fact that nothing was done when he filed these reports as evidence that these individuals were involved. I can also tell you that during my interviews with Mr. Reinking, he later told his attorney that I guess I had made some motion with my mouth or something, and he started to believe that I was potentially involved in this sort of larger conspiracy. And so I think that's really characteristic of Mr. Reinking, is in the beginning it was relatively benign, it was friendly, it was this relationship, but over time it grew increasingly threatening, it was increasingly harassing communication. Mr. Reinking at different times said that they were trying to bait him into breaking the law. They were trying to bait him into killing himself. They were breaking into his home. They were hacking into his computer. And he wasn't sure sort of what was going to happen next, and ultimately sort of culminated with what happened.
Did you have any information from any of these records, videos, or anything, the evaluation, any other parts of the evaluation you did, any indication about any interaction that he believed he had with aliens?
With who?
Aliens?
Yes. A couple of references, so the jail records in particular, in my conversations with Mr. Reinking, believes that he has what I would call kind of grandiose delusions, and that he has communications with aliens and extraterrestrial beings. He at one point referred to himself as leader of the Asgard world, which is what he calls these alien graze, is what he referred to them as, and that he had what he called genetic advances, and he described developing telekinetic or extrasensory perceptions following an assault in late 2015, and described that after that he believed he had these genetic advances that sort of brought him to the attention of these aliens. And these aliens, including one to whom he believes he's married named Celine, ultimately kind of brought him to the attention of other people, that he had these brilliant ideas and this sacred knowledge that was of interest to other people.
So all of that, perhaps more form the basis of your opinion that he suffers from schizophrenia.
Absolutely.
My next question is, do you have an opinion as to his mental state at the time of the offense?
I did form an opinion about that, yes.
And what is that?
My opinion is that
Your
based,
Honor, Jack, when we approach.
You may.
Dr. Wood, at the time of the offense in this case, April 22nd of 2018, do you believe that Mr. Reinking was suffering from schizophrenia?
I do.
And what is the basis of that opinion?
The records that clearly document this pattern of increasingly paranoid and persecutory beliefs that he was being harassed, targeted, sexually assaulted, drugged, in great danger of his life, that had been documented with these repeated incidents with the police and psychiatric hospitalizations, as well as his presentation with me during the interview.
Okay. Do you have an opinion, and you're familiar with what happened in this case, right?
Yes.
I think you've received some surveillance or surveillance videos or
Correct.
reports and stuff like that, so you're familiar with what happened in
Yes.
this case. Okay. So do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Reinking was able to understand what he was doing, or to understand that what he was doing was wrong?
I do have an
Your
opinion.
Honor, object is a compound question.
All right. Do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Reinking was able to understand that what he was doing was wrong on the incident at Waffle House on April 22nd, 2018?
I do have an opinion about that.
What is your opinion about that?
That he did not appreciate what he was doing was wrong.
All right. What is the basis of your opinion for that?
Well, I've described that at the point in time that this occurred, Mr. Reinking had grown increasingly fearful of this persecution, this hacking, that these things were happening to him. At one point in time and in one video, he said, you know, someone came into his apartment and drugged him and sexually assaulted or raped him that night. He described people breaking into his home, and he was increasingly concerned over the course of time what they were going to do. Mr. Reinking, during the course of the evaluation, provided me a handwritten journal that he had written while he was in jail that documented these things, in addition to providing me an account during my interview. Mr. Reinking explained to me that when he went and repossessed the BMW, it was consistent with his belief that at the time, you know, they've stolen everything from me. I can repossess this. It just makes sense to me. Why couldn't I? I told you that the next morning they took the BMW back, but had no interaction with the police. And Mr. Reinking interpreted this consistent with the way he'd kind of viewed himself to this point, is that he was an invisible man. They weren't going to do anything. He'd asked them for help. No one was listening. They didn't believe him. He stole a BMW and they didn't even arrest him. And so that was sort of what he was thinking about at the time of this incident. Earlier that month, he'd been fired from his job for confronting someone about this paranoia. He'd been increasingly concerned about his family's involvement, the police's involvement. He'd lost this job. The night of the incident, Mr. Reinking said that he arrived home and he found evidence in his apartment that had been broken into. He said that there was an unusual smell that's not normally there. There were things that were missing, and I believe a door was closed when it's normally opened. At that moment, Mr. Reinking explained that he was incredibly fearful and terrified. He said, at that point, I felt like their behavior had become increasingly erratic and unpredictable. I didn't know what they were going to do next. During my conversations with Mr. Reinking, and as well as in his journal, he described this as what he considered a life and death situation. Mr. Reinking said, at this point, I didn't know what else to do. I'd gone to their people. I'd told the police. I'd asked for help. I'd made these videos. I'd sleep with an assault rifle, all of these things, and I'm still not safe. Mr. Reinking described that he had a thought in his mind about, well, I guess I should take something from them that they can't take back. And so I had mentioned repossessing the BMW. He had described sort of walking out on a tab a couple days before, and that was sort of in line with his belief that he was invisible. It didn't matter what he did. Mr. Reinking then prayed at that point to God about what should I do. He has described that in that moment he received, at times he described it as a voice, at other times a command from God that was very specific and it was very directive. And this directed command from God was to take his jacket, the jacket that he was wearing, take the gun, and go to Waffle House and shoot 3 people. Mr. Reinking described feeling terrified upon receiving this command. He was very unsettled about this. He described feeling very conflicted. This is not something that he wanted to do. In fact, he described kind of wrestling with this, thinking, well, this is a command from God. What if this is a test of my faith? This is God that's telling me to do this. Maybe I should do this. Mr. Reinking described at that point pacing around his apartment and announcing his intentions to go to the Waffle House. And he said, I was doing that because I knew that they were listening to me, and I hoped that they would listen, they would hear me, they would leave. He said, I wanted to get to the Waffle House, I wanted the lights to be off. He also prayed that if the message was wrong, or maybe he was mishearing it in some way, that maybe the gun would jam, that this wouldn't happen. Ultimately, he put on the jacket, he got the gun, and he walked to his car. He described feeling humiliated and embarrassed, but he also said this was somewhat symbolic of what had happened to him. He said, they'd taken everything from me, including my dignity. It was sort of symbolic of where I was in that moment. He drove to the Waffle House. He sat in his truck, and again, I mentioned that he described sort of grappling with this decision. I don't want to do this. I don't want to kill these people. Mr. Reinking was sort of still looking for something to not do this. He said that he was upset and in some ways angry when he arrived and saw the lights were on and saw how many people were inside. I mentioned this sort of misinterpretation of evidence or interpreting information in a way that's consistent with one's delusions. Mr. Reinking's interpretation of that was that these individuals knew that he was coming and stayed there on purpose. They were taunting him. They were continuing to not listen to him. They didn't believe that he would do anything. Mr. Reinking mentioned that he stayed sitting in the car for several minutes looking at the case reports. It was about 4 minutes that he sat in his car. He said that during this time frame, he continued to grapple with this decision. What if it's wrong? I hope this is wrong. I hope the gun jams. I don't want to do this. He then described 2 events that happened while he was sitting in the parking lot that he perceived as messages or things that confirmed to him that this was the right thing to do. The first of which is he saw a car nearby with the hazard lights that were on. He related this back to an incident, his being stalked in Colorado, saying that I knew there was no reason for someone to have their hazard lights on in a parking lot. I knew that was directed to me. The second thing that happened was a person got out of a truck nearby him and they had a number 3 on their hat. Mr. Reinking has described personal significance with the number 3. This 3 he described at one point sending Taylor Swift, I think 333 or 999 starbursts. That this number 3 has been personally significant for him. And he perceived that number 3 as another message to him. It was corroborating. What he referred to this as authentic to do. He said in that moment that he described feeling unclean and unholy. He didn't want to do this. But when those things happened, this chain of events that led to this, he knew at that moment, he was confident that this is what he was supposed to do. And that's when he walked out of the car and walked into the Waffle House and proceeded to shoot the individuals. In fact, Mr. Reinking said that after walking into the Waffle House and the gun jammed, part of him at that moment believed that may have been God intervening. That was what he had prayed to happen, and he wondered if he had sort of finished the job at that point, and that's why the gun jammed. He then explained that he left, he took the jacket off after the altercation with Mr. Shaw and walked back to his apartment. Because of this and all of this together, I think that you have to really understand Mr. Reinking's mental state from the perspective of what we know happened in the months preceding. That Mr. Reinking was in an increasingly paranoid state where he believed that he was being attacked. These individuals were attacking him from all angles in ways that he couldn't predict. That night, he believed they'd broken into his apartment. They'd grown increasingly erratic and unpredictable. He felt unsafe. He described all sorts of things that he'd done to get help, to seek assistance, to protect himself, none of which had worked, and in fact, all of which sort of coalesced with his decision or sort of understanding that everyone was involved in this. And ultimately, I think in that moment, because of Mr. Reinking's beliefs, these really complex delusional system, the way that he was thinking and feeling, he did not appreciate.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection. Maybe we probably should.
Let me just ask the question.
Judge, yes, we need to address.
Come forward. Members of the jury, sometimes these situations you kind of walk a thin line, kind of a tightrope. The opinions of the expert.
Let me approach that positive. Let me approach this thing.
Yes. we're good to go. So I will, refrain from making any comments at this point in time. If there's clarification needed, I will make it at the appropriate time.
Hey, Doctor, question closer to the microphone. Sure.
Dr. Wood, based upon his behaviors the years before the incident, and based upon his description of his behaviors the evening of the incident, do you have an opinion as to whether or not he could have appreciated the wrongfulness of his actions that occurred on April 22nd, 2018?
I do have an opinion about that.
What is that opinion?
My opinion is that he did not appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions that night.
Okay. I want to cover just quickly a couple of more areas. Can you explain to the jury a concept known in your field as malingering?
Malingering is what's referred to as essentially faking. That is someone who may be intentionally fabricating or exaggerating symptoms, usually psychiatric symptoms or psychotic symptoms, for the purpose of an external gain. In a situation like this, that external gain would be found not guilty by reason of insanity.
Okay. Do you think, do you have an opinion as to whether or not you think Mr. Reinking was malingering when he was doing these actions and talking to you?
I do.
What is your opinion as to that?
I do not believe that Mr. Reinking was malingering at the time of my evaluation.
And why is that?
There was no evidence during my conversation with him that he was exaggerating anything. In fact, if anything, he was kind of guarded about talking about some of these symptoms at times, which is inconsistent with someone who's trying to fake or exaggerate symptoms. The other thing that we're considering when we're looking at malingering is we're looking at the degree of consistency or convergence of information over time. So as I mentioned before, I'm not just considering what Mr. Reinking told me. In fact, Mr. Reinking's account in this journal is a piece of information, but ultimately it needs to fit within the larger puzzle of information that I get from other sources. Now, the consistency of that information, his cooperation, his level of guardedness, and his presentation and how that kind of fit in with the larger picture suggests to me that malingering was not an issue in this case.
Okay. And then finally, I want to ask you, there's been facts, and you may have been aware of this, but based on looking at the video, but after the incident took place at the Waffle House, Mr. Reinking did not stay there.
Correct.
He left with that jacket, then the jacket came off, and then I believe it was 30-something hours later, he was found in the woods with a backpack.
Correct.
Okay. Do you still, can you explain, based on all your evaluation, what you've done in here, can you explain why he would have done that?
I can explain my understanding of why I think he did that. So I think I want to point out, I'm glad you brought this up. When we're looking at evaluating someone's mental state at the time of an incident and whether or not they appreciated the wrongfulness, oftentimes information that's used to support that they appreciated the wrongfulness is attempts to evade detection, to avoid or conceal evidence, to flee the scene, all of which suggest that someone at that point in time appreciated that what they were doing was wrong because there was some reason for which they should be fleeing. I would note, however, in this case, is you really have to consider Mr. Reinking's actions within the context of what we know of how he understood the world at that time. Mr. Reinking, there's significant evidence to suggest and continue to suggest that Mr. Reinking believed that he was in danger, and he was in danger at the hands of police, the CIA and the FBI. And it makes conceptual sense to me that someone who would do something at this point and believe that the police were going to respond, individuals that he perceived as working against him, baiting him to kill himself and potentially breaking into his home and going to harm him, it makes sense to me then that Mr. Reinking would not have stayed.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Those are my questions for now, Dr. Wood. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wood.
Good afternoon.
I want to start by asking you a couple questions. about legal wrongfulness. There's a difference between legal and moral wrongfulness, right?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Right.
Dr. Wood, you would agree, and actually, I'm just going to move on, Your Honor, from that question. Dr. Wood, you would agree that if a person destroyed evidence, that would be an action that is consistent with someone who understands that their conduct is wrong?
Generally speaking, yes.
Generally speaking.
Correct.
Okay. You would agree that someone who hides out that's an action that is consistent with understanding that their conduct is wrong?
It can be.
Someone who runs from the police, that would be an action that's consistent with understanding that their conduct is wrong.
It can be.
Someone who tries to avoid being detected, that would be an action consistent with understanding that their conduct is wrong.
Yes, these are also consistent with someone who's in fear of and feels like their life is in danger and is running from people who he believes might harm them. But yes, they could also indicate they understood it was wrong.
Believing that your conduct will result in an arrest, that would be consistent with believing that you understand that your conduct is wrong.
That's part of it, yes.
Okay. Attempting to flee the jurisdiction, that would be consistent with understanding that your conduct is wrong.
It can be.
Okay. Believing that based on your actions, police officers may show up and attempt to shoot you, that would be consistent with someone who understands that their conduct is wrong.
It can be.
Okay. Changing one's appearance in order to avoid being seen or captured, that would be consistent with understanding that one's conduct is wrong.
It can be.
Gathering items that will assist in an escape, that would be actions that are consistent with understanding that conduct is wrong.
It can be.
Okay, can be. Describing your conduct as evil, that would be consistent with understanding that your conduct is wrong.
It can be, yes.
Okay. Feeling that you're saying that you felt wrong about your actions, that would be consistent with understanding that your conduct was wrong.
Correct, but I think you have to consider in that moment when he described...
I'm not talking about Mr. Reinking. I'm talking generally, Your Honor, and I haven't asked her a question about Mr. Reinking at all.
One at a time, first of all. So what's the objection?
The objection is he asked her a question, she needs to be allowed to answer it without interrupting.
She's going to Mr. Reinking, Your Honor. I'm not talking about Mr. Reinking. I'm asking her general questions.
Overrule the objection at this point in time. Certainly you can read the record and have her explain anything you want to.
I just want her to be able to answer the questions that are asked without being interrupted.
Dr. Wood,
Yes.
my questions are general.
Sure.
If someone were to say that they felt wrong about something that they just did, that would be consistent with understanding that their conduct was wrong.
Yes.
If someone were to describe feeling unclean about their conduct, generally speaking, that would be consistent with someone who understands that their conduct is wrong.
It could be.
If someone were to describe, again, generally speaking, that their conduct made them feel unholy, that would be consistent with someone who understood that their conduct was wrong.
I would agree, yes.
Okay. Someone who describes themselves as being embarrassed when relaying their conduct, that would be someone that would be consistent with someone who understands that their conduct is wrong.
If they were referring to the conduct, possibly, yes.
Okay. Doing a punitive act or acting in retaliation, that would be an act that is consistent with understanding that the conduct is wrong.
Sure.
Okay. If a person is equating their actions with actions that they believe are immoral, that would be someone who understands. That would be someone who is acting in a way that is consistent with understanding that their conduct is wrong.
Correct.
So weighing, saying, I've been harmed, and so I'm going to harm people in a same or equal way. Generally speaking, someone who makes that weighing decision, that they would be acting or at least thinking in a way that is consistent with understanding that their conduct is wrong.
It could be, yes.
Well, wanting a person to suffer like they have suffered, if a person wants someone else to suffer like they have suffered, that would be consistent with understanding that their conduct is wrong.
Correct.
Now that we've gotten past some of those questions, I want to just go to the process of your evaluation. The process of conducting an evaluation. Still general, but we're talking about conducting an evaluation. I believe at the beginning you were describing that when you do so, you're doing an interview of a patient or an individual, and you're also reviewing records to determine whether or not they are able to confirm what is being self-reported to you in the interview. Is that correct?
That's part of it, yes.
Okay. So you are interviewing and you are reviewing records.
Correct, yes.
And the interview is self-reporting.
Yes.
Right? That if you're interviewing me, I'm answering your questions. My answers to your questions are self-reporting.
Correct.
When you do a forensic evaluation, it is not uncommon to do it as part of a team, right?
Correct. On some occasions, yes.
Right. There are occasions where another doctor would be present.
Correct.
And that is common within the field of forensic psychology.
There are situations where people do that, yes. Consult with colleagues and yes.
And if there are other doctors or clinicians or other colleagues who are present, it would be important for them to all take their own notes and document their conversations with the client, with the patient who is being interviewed.
Correct.
Right. And that's what generally you do in your practice?
Correct.
Okay. When you interview someone, you're not audio or video recording it.
No, I'm not.
You only take notes, handwritten.
Typed notes.
You have your computer with you present.
Yes, yes.
And it's important for you to try to be as detailed and meticulous as possible.
Absolutely.
You
yes.
want to get as many of the specific quotes that you can.
Absolutely.
And if there's someone else that's with you, they should be doing the exact same thing.
Correct.
If once you complete a particular interview on a certain date, when you leave, it would be common for you to have at least a conversation about what you discussed with the patient?
You mean with my colleague?
Yes.
Sure, yes.
To kind of exchange and maybe compare notes?
To discuss, yeah.
To verify maybe if you understood a specific quote like you believe that you did, in case maybe they typed it down a different way, right?
Sure, yeah.
If you're working as part of a team and one of your colleagues were to take notes of information from an interview that was inconsistent with the notes that you took, you would want to know that.
Yes.
And you'd want to, before you formed your opinion, you'd want to review that.
You mean the consistency of the notes?
The inconsistent note.
Sure.
If one of your colleagues or another doctor was conducting a review at the same time as you were to come to a different opinion about certain behavior, you would want to be able to review their opinion before you formed yours.
I would likely consult with them and discuss and how we arrived at different opinions and try and understand that inconsistency, yeah.
And if you were the lead and you were writing a report, you would include that information in your report, would you not?
Which information?
That your colleague had a different opinion.
I mean, I think it would depend how it was resolved. So if it was maybe a difference of opinion about maybe we leave and I say, wow, they seemed really guarded and they didn't perceive them that way, I think it would depend. So if we ultimately arrived at the same opinion or sort of realized what explained the discrepancy, I wouldn't necessarily explain that in the report.
You wouldn't leave out the inconsistent notes from your report, would you?
I'm not sure understand what you're asking.
Well, for example, if a person is charged with committing an assault of an individual and you interview that person and he says, I had an hallucination that the person I assaulted was about to kidnap a child, and you write that down and it sounds consistent with everything else I've seen, that's my note. You're unable to be present for the second interview. Your colleague goes, they write a note, and in that note, the person who is being interviewed says, well, I was heavily intoxicated right before, right? You wouldn't write a report and just leave out that completely inconsistent note, would you?
Absolutely not. That kind of changes the initial opinion.
Okay. So that's an important thing to have, at least in your report.
Absolutely.
If you're given records to review as part of your evaluation, you are going to review them all.
Yes.
You wouldn't refuse to review any records, would you?
I would not refuse to review records given the opportunity to review them, no.
That would be just, as a forensic psychologist, that would be unprofessional.
To refuse to review something?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about Mr. Reinking.
Okay.
All right. Now, Dr. Wood, before you conducted your evaluation, you were made aware of what he did, weren't you?
I was aware of the allegations, yes.
The allegations aren't what you described on direct as he shot the individuals. This is a man who walked into a Waffle House, pulled out a gun, shot Joe Perez Jr. in the head, shot him multiple times, and then proceeded to shoot Taurean Sanderlin as he ran away. You're aware of that, right?
Correct, I am.
You are aware that he then proceeded to step over the body of Joe Perez Jr., who was dead with his brains coming out of his head, and walked inside of that Waffle House restaurant and proceeded to shoot more individuals, right?
I am aware of that.
You received the police report, so you were able to review these things, right?
Yes, and I watched the videos as well.
So you watched the videos, and so you know that he turned and shot DeEbony Groves as she laid underneath a table, right?
Correct.
You know that. You
Yes.
had the opportunity to watch this trial. Did you watch it?
I did not.
You did not. Would that not be something that would be important in coming in court today to form your opinion?
Well, I think there was some initial reluctance on me witnessing any of the trial when we had a meeting several weeks ago.
Well, you said earlier that you had received witness interviews from the state.
Correct.
We review our records. It doesn't appear that we provided any to you. Are you certain that we gave you audio recordings?
I don't think I reviewed statements that were written, the detectives wrote, of witness interviews, I believe, is what
Right.
you're referring to.
So then you have never heard the testimony of the individuals who were inside that Waffle House describe the actions of Travis Reinking as he shot Sharita Henderson as she laid on that table trying to play dead, opened her eyes, looked him in the eye as he took that assault rifle, pointed it at her, and shot her multiple times. You never reviewed that.
I did not listen to that testimony, no.
You didn't listen to the testimonies they described where Kayla Shaw was standing up and a bullet blew through the window and it caused her to have to pluck glass out of her face, and she fell down, hurt her shoulder, and had to play dead in hopes and prayers that she would not be shot. You didn't review that.
I did not listen to that testimony, no.
You didn't hear the testimony of Shanita Waggoner testify that she was inside that Waffle House sitting.
I think she's answered the question that she did not watch the trial on Tuesday. So I don't know why we have to continue to ask the same question. I would object to the continuing question.
I can move on, Judge. If it's a problem, I'll move on.
Yeah, I think you've made your point.
Dr. Wood, you said that you watched the video. So you are aware then that there were multiple witnesses, that the defendant was caught on video, that he walked out, ran out, trotted out, however one might describe it, out of that Waffle House and ran home, changed his clothes, took a shower, grabbed a backpack, loaded it with the firearm, cash money, silver bars, and that he proceeded to hide out from the police for nearly 34 hours. You are aware of that from your records, right?
Correct, yes.
And before you met with him then, after he was arrested, you're aware that one of the very first things he did was say that he needed to talk to an attorney.
I do recall that he said he wanted to talk to a lawyer. Oh,
Yeah, sustained.
Judge, may we approach?
Yeah. Members of the jury, before we start again, I'm going to give you limiting instruction on what is about to occur so that you fully understand how you can utilize the evidence that I suspect is forthcoming. A person charged with a crime has an absolute constitutional right to an attorney. Even if he hasn't yet been charged with a crime, if he's in custody, he has a right to an attorney. When an individual requests an attorney under our Constitution, you, the trier of fact, the jury, cannot under any circumstances use that against him in any manner whatsoever to suggest that he must be guilty of a crime, whatever along those lines, okay? As a general rule, even asking such a question is improper. And that's why I stopped it at the point in time I did. In the circumstances under which the issue that is at trial in this case as to whether or not Mr. Reinking appreciated the wrongfulness of his conduct, you can consider only on that issue, not whether or not he's guilty, but on the issue as to whether or not his requesting attorney gives insight as to that issue. It's one of all many circumstances that you can and must consider. But he has an absolute right to an attorney, and under no circumstances can you use it against him for constitutional purposes of protecting his rights under the law as to guilt or innocence. But it can be for the very limited purpose of evaluating whether at the time he understood whether or not his conduct was right or wrong. That purpose and that purpose alone. Okay? So please keep that in mind. It is absolutely imperative.
And Dr. Wood, you would agree that a person who has requested an attorney in under those circumstances, that would be an indication that they knew that they were in trouble.
Not necessarily. I think about, the thing I'm thinking about is I have a teenage niece, and I have told her in no uncertain terms to not speak to the police even if you didn't do anything wrong.
Your
So
Honor, I'd object to non-response.
I would disagree.
Overrule. She can give her answer and explanation. You ask the question and she can explain why she stated that maybe not or not really. So you can go ahead and finish your explanation.
Sure. I just would say that it can be an indication that they understood it was wrong, but it's not necessarily all the time. I think there's other reasons that you would not speak to the police or ask for an attorney.
So you're telling us that you've been counseling your niece not to cooperate with the police?
No, that is not what I said. I've told her, I mean, this is an adversarial system that we're talking about. And so certainly I've talked to my niece about, protecting her rights in situations where she might be in an adversarial situation. Absolutely.
Dr. Wood, you know that well before you got involved in this case, I think as you discussed, the only reason you got involved is because Travis Reinking, the defendant, had an attorney who requested you get involved.
I'm going to object. That's a mischaracterization of what happened. He did not request that she get involved in this.
Well, he requested, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
You, Dr. Wood, do you normally insert yourself into criminal cases without a request?
No.
Okay. You testified that you got involved in... Dr. Wood, to be clear, I'm not suggesting that you interjected yourself into this case personally, but my point is that the only way that you or your colleagues get involved in a case is upon the request of in this particular case, the only way you got involved started with the request of Mr. Reinking, the defendant's attorney, and then subsequent to that, a court order. Is that correct?
Correct, that's how it occurred.
All right. He had a legal advocate who, at the very outset, was heavily engaged in this case, right?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. And you're aware that that legal advocate was meeting with him multiple times well before you had all met with the defendant?
Correct.
That legal advocate was providing you updates personally?
Sure, he sent emails to the team documenting his conversations and interviews and information, yes.
He didn't...
Come forward again, that word.
Dr. Wood, you testified about the records that you received here today, correct?
Correct.
And you talked about receiving certain records from the sheriff's office in Illinois?
Some reports that were made by them, yes.
Right. And who did you receive those records from?
I believe they were from the defense attorney, but I do not recall exactly.
You testified that you received audio of a phone call that occurred in Colorado. Who did you receive that from?
I do not recall who provided that.
Okay. You said that you received some YouTube videos.
Correct.
Who did you receive those from?
Those were from the defense.
You said that you received some audio of a call to a computer repair center. Who did
Correct.
you receive those from?
I don't recall who provided that. I would assume the defense, but I'm not sure.
All right. You said that you received audio of an interview involving the incident at the BMW dealership.
Correct.
Who did you receive that from?
I do not recall who provided that.
Dr. Wood, do you recall what you received from the state?
Not
records?
exactly. I recall being provided a packet of information, but I don't recall exactly what it
Would
included.
looking at perhaps the document that came from the district attorney's office state help refresh your recollection as to specifically what you received from
Sure,
the state?
yes. Yeah, this looks familiar.
Okay. So now that you've had the opportunity to refresh your recollection, exactly what records did you receive from the state of Tennessee?
There was a detective supplement that looks like it's 7 pages long, and another one that looks like it's 9 pages long. There were also a series of videos that were provided to me from the Waffle House, the actual
Surveillance
restaurant.
videos?
Correct.
Okay.
And then it looks like there was a thumb drive with some video with the crime scene and the audio recording of the telephone call which you previously requested.
The phone call that you were referring to, you heard audio of more than one phone call.
I
correct?
did. I don't recall what this one is specifically referring to.
Well, do you recall a point in time during your evaluation after you'd already begun it, hearing on the news that the defendant had contacted a reporter?
I don't remember if I heard that on the news.
Okay. Where did you hear it, though?
Well, I know that we were provided an audio recording of that phone call as part of the evaluation, so I don't know if I also heard it on the news, but I know that as part of this evaluation I was given that information.
Right. And so that was a phone call in which the defendant spoke to a news reporter.
Correct.
After he was arrested.
Correct. I think it was like Channel 2 News or something, yes.
Okay. And then you requested the audio of that call. You contacted our office and requested the audio of that phone call.
I don't recall.
Dr. Wood, did anyone from the district attorney's office provide you with a summary or anything that was written in a way to attempt to persuade your opinion?
I read the detective supplements. I don't know that I would say they're written in a persuasive manner. I'm not sure.
Okay. Dr. Wood, did you receive any document that you thought was an attempt to try to influence your opinion when it came to the diagnosis that you were making regarding schizophrenia and or appreciation, which you've testified to today?
Sure.
And who did that come from? The state?
No.
Did it come from Mr. Reinking's legal advocate?
It came from his defense attorney, yes.
Who was a legal advocate?
Sure.
All right. And just to put a bow on this, you have relied heavily on the documents and the communications that you have received as part of your evaluation when you made your opinion.
I would clarify that not heavily, no. I think part of being a forensic psychologist is recognizing that I'm working in an adversarial system. So it's not uncommon for one or both sides to try to present information to me that persuades me in one direction or the other. That's something that I'm always cognizant of. And so when I'm writing the report, I relay that information so they know what information I reviewed, where it came from, what it said. But ultimately, I make a determination based on sort of the weight and the quality of that information, which in a situation where I perceive information as trying to persuade me in one way or the other or one-sided, that's information that I'm not likely to weigh, if at all, in a determination.
Okay, understood. Now, Dr. Wood, you talked about the defendant's mental illness, his schizophrenia, his delusions.
Correct.
You said it was persistent, said it was something that, meaning that it's gone on for a while, that it continues, I believe, to surround around the issue of Taylor Swift hacking him. Is that correct?
Correct. That seems to be where it originated. Yeah.
With Taylor Swift stalking him.
With communications with Taylor Swift, yes.
Well, but that's part of the issue. He thought that Taylor Swift had such an interest in him that she was stalking him.
Over time, yes, he did believe that.
Right, and he also believed that Ariana Grande had such an interest in him that she also was trying to stalk him and be a part of his life.
I don't recall him mentioning that. I know there was mention of Ariana Grande and he wrote her letters, but I don't remember how she fit into the picture.
But you would agree that it was Taylor Swift, Ariana Grande, other beautiful celebrities, right?
That was where it originated, yes.
And he had dreams about these women.
Yes.
And sometimes sexual dreams about them.
I don't know the content of those dreams.
You didn't discuss the content of his dreams with him?
No, I mean, he described really vivid dreams and things that happened in those dreams, but I don't recall him mentioning explicitly sexual activity with them, no.
Okay. Well, one of the things you discussed in finding your opinion is that you said you mentioned him having hallucinations. I understand that's a little different than a dream, right?
Correct.
But that did involve sexual activity with Taylor Swift, right?
Yes, he believed he was drugged and then raped by Taylor Swift.
Drugged and then raped by Taylor Swift.
Correct.
Right. And I'm looking at page 25 of your report, in which you write under hallucinations that he described prior tactile hallucinations, feeling something over his genitals and perceiving lubrication on his penis after awakening from a perceived sexual assault. And that's regarding Taylor Swift, right?
Correct.
That's a wet dream, Dr. Wood. You understand that, right?
Well, I'm referring to here are these tactile hallucinations. That is separate from a dream. So feeling the tingling in his body, and these are not the only times that he's experienced these. These happened at different occasions as well.
A tactile hallucination, as you testify to, is when you feel someone touching you or
It can
perceive
be.
being touched.
Correct. Yes,
Right.
it can be.
The example that you gave earlier in your testimony was bugs crawling all over you.
Yes.
That sounds creepy. Nobody
Yes.
wants that, right?
No.
Taylor Swift touching your genitals in a way such that you ejaculate, that's very different, right?
Than bugs crawling on your body?
Yes, Dr. Wood.
Sure.
Sure. I mean, this is a young man who believes Taylor Swift is in love with him, such that she's coming and causing him to have arousal and ejaculate, right?
Sure, but I think the way that he conceptualized this was rape, which kind of changes the characterization of it as something that's wanted or positive.
You're saying that Travis Reinking, at the time, 27, 28-year-old man, had no desire to have sexual relations with this person who he dreamed about so much, Taylor Swift. That's what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that he perceived unwanted sexual conduct from someone that, yes, he had a romantic interest in, but again, he characterized this as rape. I think that's different than to suggest that this was maybe a positive experience or something that he could have enjoyed.
Some of the other things that he would equate with rape would be leaving the toilet seat up in his house.
I don't know that he would characterize that as rape.
He would moving a folder off of his desk.
I don't think he characterized that as rape.
So the only thing he characterized in your opinion as rape was Taylor Swift trying to, I guess, rub his genitals in a way that gave him an ejaculation.
That was the only time he described actually being raped. But there were times when he said other things was like a psychological rape, and that was when he was describing being messed with and these messages, these hacking, not really being able to perceive or understand or predict what was happening.
I thought I just asked you about rape. You're telling me now that it's a psychological rape. I was just asking you about rape, was I not?
Right, I'm sorry, I thought you were sort of taking out of context that he would say that the toilet seat being left up is rape.
Well, that's what he said. Is that not what he said?
Sure, I mean, I think it's the collection of treatment and sort of the unpredictability and uncertainty that he would characterize as rape, not just the action of the toilet seat being left up.
But he would describe what was rape to him was a toilet seat being left up.
That was part of the treatment, yes.
Or just a folder being moved.
Yes, the unpredictability of these people being in his home and not knowing what they were doing or what they wanted, yes.
The minor inconveniences, like what we're talking about here, right?
I mean, sure, that's a minor inconvenience, but if someone's in your house when they're not invited and you're not there and you don't know who they are, I don't know that I'd call that a minor inconvenience.
Okay. Well, Dr. Wood, when you discussed with Mr. Reinking, the defendant, about these things that were going on with him, you did it over the course of 3 interviews, right?
Yes.
Okay. The first interview that you conducted was on May the 16th, 2018.
Correct.
It lasted about an hour and a half.
Correct.
That was just an initial assessment. You didn't really talk to him at all about the incident that occurred on the mass murder that occurred on April 22nd, 2018.
Correct. I don't think we got into that during that interview.
Okay. And during the second interview, you got a bunch of background and social information from him to get some history about where he was from and how he grew up and how he was treated as a child.
That was part of both of those interviews, yes.
Right. Okay. And that interview lasted for approximately an hour and a half also, right?
I think 2.5 hours.
Oh, I'm sorry, my math is a little off. And the last time that you met with him was on May the 30th, 2018.
Correct.
Right. And in that particular instance, he is the only time that you discussed with him the mass murder.
That's when he provided his full account of the incident, yes.
Okay. So when you discussed that, when you were testifying earlier, you talked about him doing so as, you said it was a culmination, that the mass murder, it culminated from this behavior that he had been exhibiting in the past.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that he received a very clear command from God, right?
That is what he said. Correct.
All right. And one of the things that you noted in your report, in your report, is that he was doing so out of punishment, right?
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay. If I could show you something. This is page 40 of your report. You recognize these words, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. Would you read the second sentence there?
He described repeatedly attempting to escape the attacks, as well as punitive responses, which he identified as filing police reports and contacting other law enforcement agencies or officials.
Okay. And I'm just going to take this down, but I will keep going. So,
Now that it's been published, it needs to be written as an exhibit.
I agree. The number 7?
Number 7, yes, sir.
That
No.
one phrase.
the one phrase, right?
The report.
Well, we'll take that up during the recess.
All right. Well, Judge, I think it may be appropriate to get some guidance, right?
All right, Jerry. All right, Mr. Jerry, we'll just take our mid-afternoon recess at this point in time. Please keep in mind you cannot discuss anything about the trial case. Keep your thoughts to yourself. We'll get you back in here as soon as possible.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hold the number 7, leave the chair, follow me, please.
Where was that taken from? What page?
Page 40, Your Honor, of her report. It's the last paragraph, and in its entirety on page 40. I can put it back up.
Well, that paragraph in its entirety, but the narrative of what he was describing that led to this isn't in its entirety. That was my concern.
Well, Judge, certainly we intend to show.
For the sake of completeness, I guess I'm saying is that what about the rest of the narrative that he gave on this incident? Is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the whole report by any stretch of the imagination. You zeroed in on what the events that he described as going on in his head that led to the behaviors that he committed on this particular occasion, and this is not the complete narrative, this paragraph.
That is correct, Judge. It's not. Okay. It is
It is an excerpt from it.
It is an excerpt, but
obviously an accurate one.
The short answer is, Judge, if you feel that it's necessary that the entirety of what is in the subheading of Mr. Reinking's account during outpatient forensic evaluation be admitted, If that the state has no issue with that, that will start on page 40 and end on page 44.
The top of page 40 would need to be redacted and the bottom, basically 2/3.
It was start where Mr. Reinking's account during outpatient from that point on.
Yes, sir.
And then stop with the interpretation of Mr. Reinking's mental state.
And just to be clear, there may be another section like
Yeah, I mean, I just looked at that.
that would be the BMW section.
But I mean, to me, that is what makes the report complete. If there's a concern about completeness, I don't think the whole report.
Here's the problem now. If they did this, all right, here's the problem. We put in part of the report. Why didn't the defense put in any parts of the report? That's the problem right now, is that we didn't put in any parts of the report. So they opened the door on this, and it's not sufficient just for this section to go in. The report has to go in. Otherwise, we're disadvantaged because now the state's putting in part of it, so why didn't the defense put in any part of the report? That's extremely problematic for us.
Judge? No, because they could not have put in this Mr. Reinking's account, page 40, because that is an admission by a party opponent, which can only be introduced by the party opponent, unless it comes in after the court's review as something the expert relied upon in 703 and things like that. We can certainly, I think, redact out the page numbers, so it doesn't look like, oh, there's 39 other pages before this.
Judge, number one, the report could have come, it's not hearsay. I don't even know what he's talking about. It's what she relied upon. But we were keeping the report out because it talked about competency and it had all sorts of other things out. We were not going to try to get into that report. Now they've done that. And if I didn't know them better, I think they were trying to mistry the case, because this whole entire cross-examination, what it's done is fundamentally unfair to the defense. Because now competency, we are fundamentally disadvantaged now because they have put in play this idea that Mr. Reinking was meeting with he evoked counsel, met with his lawyer, and was devising some elaborate plan to plead insanity. When in fact, he couldn't even communicate with his lawyer. That's why this whole thing started. But we're not allowed to go in and show that. And now they're putting in part of the report. And this is it's fundamentally unfair to the defense. And he should know better than to put a document to the jury published for refreshing recollection. That's not how it works.
I agree with that.
And the minute he did it, we have the ability out of completeness to put the whole document in. They have seen page 40, forensic mental health evaluation, forensic evaluation team, Vanderbilt University.
And Judge, since it started, maybe on how well, every expert report is going to be hearsay because it is a statement made outside of the court. It is hearsay. Every expert report, except medical examiners, which are excluded because they are not proffered, they're made by statute, there's an obligation, et cetera, case law on that. But this entire report is hearsay. And the segment the party opponent can put in does not mean the entire report would come in. That is a tactical decision to make. I agree, should have passed that up. We're beyond that now. But under the rule of completeness, the only complete part would be Mr. Reinking's account, like Your Honor has previously noticed. The rest of it, and if you want to redact out forensic mental health evaluation, the bottom lines, that's fine too. That's where we are. The report itself does not come in its entirety because one part comes in. I think, again, reading under 703 and the cases under that would support that contention. And we are certainly not trying to sabotage this case. Far from it. We've done everything we can to try to get this matter to the jury. And actually, I apologize, we're up at the bench about the attorney. Asking for an attorney means you're in trouble. With the record, I apologize for not mentioning it while we were up there. It is State v. Holder, a reported decision at 15 Southwest 3rd, 905. And that's the state's position.
Why didn't you just ask her what was in this rather than showing it?
Well, Judge, to be clear, I asked her a number of questions leading up to confirm that she had conducted this interview with him and that he just, and the immediately preceding question was that he said he described it as being punitive. And that is what led to me putting this there.
Well, why didn't you let her answer whether or not he described that? And if she couldn't remember, then direct her to that page of the report.
Well, Judge, I wasn't trying to refresh her recollection, Your Honor. It was an admission by a party opponent, and she had already testified both on direct and on cross that she conducted this interview, and the line of questions that I asked her before that confirmed that on the third interview she did discuss with him and that he did say that he was doing this because it was punitive, and that question immediately preceded me showing her this document.
I mean, a statement, it doesn't have to even be an admission. A statement of party opponent is admissible.
Yes, sir.
I would just procedurally, the defense has done a very good job of not having her read from the report. She gave a summary narrative of the various events upon which she relied in reaching the conclusions that she reached and the diagnosis that she made, and avoided getting into these lengthy narratives. Why are we all of a sudden producing anything directly from this when she hasn't denied that he said this or that? I just don't understand why we're putting that in front of the jury.
Well, Judge, these are his words.
I know, but why don't you ask her what his words are? This isn't a statement that he wrote.
Judge, may I suggest an option? Since it's only this one thing, is that the jury could be told to disregard it, and the rest of the cross-examination could be done just by asking about specific things in her report.
Which is, I think, the more appropriate way to do it, rather than putting up various aspects of the report.
If that's Your Honor's ruling, the state is fine with you, Judge.
As to, I'm just gonna tell them to ignore what was on it, if they even remember it. I mean, I will tell them that they are to disregard anything that they were shown before the recess as it related to contents of her report. I mean, you can still go over it, but just do it verbally. I don't want, this door's gonna open into competency and a whole lot of other things that we all agreed we didn't want to go in.
We didn't all agree with it, we didn't want to go in.
I mean, I understand you want to do, but everybody acknowledged that, from an evidentiary standpoint, it was.
We all agreed we wouldn't go in.
Yeah.
Unless the door was open.
Right. So anything else? But my point is, yes, the statement of the party opponent is admissible, but the document is not, because it's not really his statement. It's kind of her summary narrative of his statement. And so that's why it shouldn't be presented on the screen. What was up there, one, wasn't there that long, and two, it wasn't of such significance that I think it had any undue influence on the jury. So I'm just going to tell them to disregard it. And back up with whatever account he gave, I expected that you would be getting into some of what he told her on these occasions.
So we will not have an exhibit 7 then.
Yeah, we won't have an exhibit 7. Okay?
Judge, just so that we're having judicial economy at the same time while the jury is here, there is a handwritten journal that Dr. Wood has already testified that Mr. Reinking provided her on June 5th. There are 4 separate journal entries, and so the state is going to be asking to admit 2 of those. And those are statements by him that are handwritten by him that were provided to her that are different than her narrative that's in the report.
I haven't seen them, but, it sounds like something that would be admissible, but.
I just didn't want it to cause another.
Would you want the, yeah, I assume that they want to, they can put in the other 2. So is it part of a continuing thing, or are they 4 independent things?
Very specific dates. Dates that are on, it's a kind of a dated name, which is a thing for him. So they have very specific dates, and they have page numbers. So the one document is, I can't remember, if it's 21 or how many pages
Yeah,
is
it's
it?
like
I know that the last page is
5.
blank.
It's 25 pages.
Yeah, one's page 4 pages and,
Has a 5/21/18 date, and even documents that it was written on 5/25 that began on 5/21.
no, that's fine. I guess you're just gonna do it through her that she received these and consider these as a part of her. All right, anything else at the moment? I knew the wheels would come off when we got to this stage of the trial. 10 minutes, give y'all a chance to
walk me out the hall.
Before we start back up, there was a paragraph of part of the report or something to that effect that was displayed before we recessed. To the extent that that is in any way, form, or fashion imprinted upon your brains, push delete. You are not to consider it for any reason whatsoever. That is something that was not relevant the way it was presented, and so just forget it. You know, we're going to kind of pick back up and we'll approach it maybe a little bit different way. All right.
All right, Dr. Wood, we were discussing that as part of your third interview with the defendant, you discussed with him the mass murder that happened on April 22nd, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that he described to you in that interview as the reason for his action was that it was punitive.
Among other things, yes.
But he specifically used the term punitive.
Well, I think he was using punitive in reference to like the police reports he'd made before, previous to this incident, I think is what he was referring to as punitive.
Okay. But he was equating his actions on April 22nd, 2018 with being punitive.
Yes, a punitive response, correct.
Right. Punishment then.
Correct.
Okay. And the reason that he wanted to punish them is because he said he needed to steal something from them that they couldn't just steal back from him.
He explained he was trying to protect himself, yes.
Well, actually he said, well, now I have to do something that's more direct, something they can't just steal from me.
Correct.
That's a direct quote from him.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so as he's describing why he carried out this mass murder, he's telling you that he believed he was mistreated, and therefore he should be able to mistreat other people.
I don't know that it was necessarily that direct I don't know that I would make that direct correlation there.
Well, he's saying it was punitive to him.
Correct.
And therefore he's going to be punitive to the people who were inside the Waffle House, those innocent people who lost their lives.
He did not perceive them as innocent people. He referred to them as targets and believed they were part of the CIA who were this operation against him.
Right.
And he did characterize it as punitive in some ways, but ultimately he described that as that they weren't listening to anything else. He tried alternative courses of actions. At one point he said, what am I supposed to do? I don't have a prison. I cannot detain them.
Well, he used the word targets not in the way that you used it, though. You discussed that and you included it you discussed that with him in your interview, did you not?
Him referring to them as targets, yes.
And in fact, what he told you was that he used the phrase targets in quotation marks. Because he'd seen that in military videos that were recommended to him, and that's how they did it in the military. It makes it easier, and that's how you have to look at it. Right?
Correct.
So when he says he looked at these innocent individuals who are inside Waffle House with their friends and loved ones just trying to go home, get some food before they go home, when he says he calls them targets, he's calling them targets because he wants to dehumanize them.
Well, he's not necessarily... he doesn't perceive them as innocent bystanders. He perceived those people in the Waffle House that night as CIA agents. He referred to victim number 4 as a rogue agent. These were individuals that he believed were part of this conspiracy, that had been doing the attacking, that had been doing the harassing, that had broken into his home, that had listened to him say, I'm coming there to do this, and stayed there in a direct effort to quote-unquote taunt or continue this harassment against him. I just want to clarify, he did not perceive these as innocent bystanders at that point in time.
Well, but he specifically said the military, they refer to the people as targets because it makes it easier when you have to kill them. That's what he's saying.
Correct, which was consistent with his talking about grappling with this direction. He didn't want to hurt anyone and was saying that these videos of them referring to them as targets kind of dehumanizes them to a sense that he can do that.
Now, when you say that we're talking about what the punishment was in response to, the reality is that he was upset because the police had taken back this BMW that he had just carjacked from a sales lady and taken.
I think he was confused about that happening, yes, but I don't think that was the pivotal moment of why he did this, no.
You think he was confused about what happened with the BMW?
Well, no, I think he knew exactly what happened. But I think when Mr. Reinking talked about it later, he said, like, they just came back and got the car. Why didn't they arrest me? I'm invisible to them. They don't even do anything to me. And that's when he sort of said, I mean, it doesn't matter what I do. They're not responding.
And Dr. Wood, at this time, I'd like to pass up a document to you.
I've got some things. Oh, thank you.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the handwritten journal that Mr. Reinking provided to me as part of the evaluation.
And you relied on that in making your opinion?
Yes, I consider this information.
No. And you received, when did you receive that document?
I think it was May 30th when he provided it to me.
Okay. And when he provided that journal entry to you, he told you that he didn't want to talk to you anymore.
He did not tell that to me until the final date when I returned to speak to him.
The final date being?
June 5th.
You went back to meet with him on June the 5th.
Correct.
And he told you, I don't want to talk to you. I've told you everything I have to say.
Told you everything I have. Everything's in the journal. I don't have anything else to say.
And on June 5th, you were actually going to provide him or attempt to do the malingering test on that date.
I was going to administer some testing on that day, correct.
And so he told you on that day, which you had intended to do the malingering test, I don't want to talk to you. And so you were unable to even get to that point.
Correct.
All right. And so he gave you that journal entry that we just discussed there, and contained therein is a description of him committing this carjacking, is it not?
I don't recall, but I remember he wrote about that. I assume it's in this one.
Okay, I'd ask that be made an exhibit. And I'd like her to be able to have it back now that it's in evidence. So, yes.
How many pages is this?
25, Judge.
Is that 25 pages?
Yes.
What was the date of it?
It's has various dates. It starts with the date of May 21st, 2018.
I just want some references to the exhibit.
What do you recall how he described to you stealing this BMW?
You mean in terms of what happened?
What do you recall him saying to you?
I mean, I recall that he mentioned it during the interview with me, which would have been on the first or second date. I recall him saying that, referring to it as repossessing a car. His description of why he did that was, it made sense to him, I think is the word he used. It made sense to him. They had taken everything from him. He could repossess things. And so he had gone to this dealership to get the car.
And did he describe using force to you?
I don't think he did.
Okay. Would you have noted that if he told you that he used force to take the BMW?
Probably. Yeah, I think that would be relevant.
Okay. And so, based on your conversation with him, you took it to mean that he was taking this vehicle and he'd already had ownership of it, in his mind.
In his mind, he referred to it as repossessing the vehicle.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like you to, this is Exhibit 70, right? I'd like you to go to the bottom of page 4. I believe it's the last paragraph. Would you read what that last paragraph is? I think it's about 4 lines.
So when I went to get my car, I wanted to get a nice one that I felt would be comfortable on long drives and something I could use for a while.
And can you continue on to page 5, please?
I imagined taking it back out to Colorado to drive in the mountains. That way I could visit John and Misty Turley again and enjoy the finer things in life.
Please continue.
For me, nothing was better than doing a couple of puffs of marijuana out of a glass pipe or loud, maybe, and going for a long walk down the trail in Salida. That was my happy place in this sick world. Being in the mountain air surrounded by an incredible view of nature and feeling like you were witnessing it for the very first time in your life. It was glorious. Gorgeous? Glorious. Then walking down to Brown Dog to get a dirty spiced chai tea or eating breakfast at the Pancake Palace was about as close to heaven that I could get here.
And please stop there. So it appears that he's describing getting a car and going off to live a very happy life, content with friends, and doing the things that he wants to do. Is that what you read from that?
Sure. At different times he talked about, when he used this word about repossessing and gaining access to things, he talked about it was nice for these days when he was repossessing things from the gas station and the steak dinner, that it was nice for him to experience these finer things in life. I recall him saying it wasn't since he was in Colorado that he'd experienced those.
Did he, when you met with him in person, did he give you an explanation as to what happened after he committed this carjacking?
In terms of what happened next?
Yeah.
I believe he drove back to his apartment. He talked about taking the tags off. He later took an Uber to go back to get his truck. He described that the Uber driver he thought was a CIA agent because he read his mind and turned on the radio when he wanted to listen to music. And then at one point he thought the driver was going to take him to the police station, and was kind of surprised that the driver brought him back to his truck.
Okay. And so he described to you taking this BMW and driving back to his house, and that was kind of it. That's what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. So he didn't describe to you being chased by the police and fleeing from them, realizing that they were there, lights and sirens, refusing to stop, getting home, taking all of the identifying information off of the car such that they wouldn't know that it was a brand new stolen car? You didn't?
I don't recall that, but I do recall him mentioning when he got home that night that there were police and sirens there.
Okay, I'd like you to go to page 8 of Exhibit 70. Okay. There's a paragraph there fourth paragraph starts with, after I got back to my apartment.
And price tag stuff off the window to throw it in the trash. I noticed that the window sticker said something like $88,000, and that was before all the other charges that come with a new vehicle. It was about what I imagined it would be. I fantasized about how great it would be to keep it. I would have a really nice truck to drive around, and I could sell my old pickup truck to have some extra money to get out to Colorado and find a house out there.
And if you would stop there, and then I'm going to ask you to go back to page 5, the second paragraph. Would you please read that paragraph?
I longed for that again, to be content and happy. Kind of sucked before because people were stalking me there. Plus, I had to go to work before. At least this time, I wouldn't have to work. I planned on finding a foreclosed house that the bank owned, and then I would repossess it so I could live there. Then I could just keep repossessing houses and cars as I needed them to make other purchases. It was going to be a good life finally because I worked for it. All I had to do was pick out a car to get there.
Okay, so he's describing having this dream, right? This fantasy of have this really wonderful life where he has a $88,000 car. He's getting brand new houses. He's got these wonderful friends, right? That seems like it was pretty important to him.
Sure.
All right. Now, I want you to go to page 6. I already asked you if you recall him saying that he used force to commit this carjacking.
Correct.
Would you please read paragraph 2?
Paragraph 2?
Yes, of page 6.
I asked the woman how to start it and how to put it in drive. She showed me, and then I informed her that I was repossessing the vehicle. I have to admit that it was embarrassing and it made me nervous. I would have felt better had I could buy it or them giving it to me for reimbursement. I had to pull the keys out of the lady's hand and ask her to step out of the vehicle. Then I told her, "Shut the door, please," and she hesitantly obliged. It was awkward, but I had gotten used to it after being essentially raped on the internet and elsewhere.
Okay, so in that description, him saying he took the keys out of this lady's hands, I mean, that sounds like he's using force, does it not?
It does.
Okay. All right. Do you recall him, what do you recall him saying about him getting back to his apartment that evening, and once he's got his truck, that he's left apparently somewhere near the BMW dealership, and now he's got that truck, he's back at his apartment complex. What do you recall him telling you?
I recall him saying that he was surprised that the police were there. It sounded like he was uncertain if they were responding to the vehicle theft, and he made reference to maybe they were responding to my calls about the baby screaming. He had mentioned that he made some 911 calls and told them that there were babies screaming or something next door, and he thought maybe they would be responding to that. But then he said relatively quickly, that probably wasn't it though, they wouldn't respond to me anyway. He did describe walking up to his apartment. He had a gun at the time, and I think he mentioned going inside and kind of holding a gun. He was afraid that he was going to have to protect himself against the police at that point. He wasn't sure if there was going to be an altercation or some sort of encounter with them.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, Dr. Wood, in your recounting of it, you described it, when you documented it, as him wanting to go home to get in the bed after waiting several hours to see if someone would come and talk to him. Is that not correct?
I don't recall writing that.
Would you look at, you have your report?
I do.
Page 19.
Page 19, okay.
Yeah, it's about 2/3 of the way down.
He saw police cars with his lights on. He thought they were arresting his neighbors, doing weird stuff like knocking on the walls.
Yeah, let's start with he parked down the street to avoid confrontation.
Oh, he parked down the street to avoid a confrontation and then waited in an unlit part of the apartment complex that was overlooking his door. He was waiting to ensure that no one was inside his apartment. He reported that he had his handgun on him, which he regularly carried just in case, didn't know what I'd encounter. He went home and went to bed after waiting several hours to see if someone would come and talk to him. The next morning, the car was gone. He reportedly looked around, believing that maybe it was moved to screw with me.
Okay, and now I want you to go to Exhibit 70, page 10, third paragraph.
Third?
Yes.
I parked my truck and got out with my handgun. I put it in my jacket pocket as I walked back down to my apartment. I snuck around the back of one of the other buildings to observe if anyone was at or inside my apartment door. Sitting in the dark, I waited about 5 minutes before heading towards my apartment. I had believed a SWAT team to be outside before late at night before, and I felt threatened. I was prepared to fire on them if it became necessary.
Okay, so in that, it sounds as if he understands that the police are there shortly after he has committed a carjacking. They are by the car that he has just taken, a number of them. He mentions that he gets his gun, hides out, decides to be sneaky and sneak into his house after it's clear that they don't know he's there, and then he goes inside and he gets his gun and he's ready to shoot them, the police officers.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after those officers responded to the carjacking that he had just committed, that he writes about and that he told you about, they took the car back, the BMW, did they not?
Correct.
That's what he told you.
That's my understanding.
And you reviewed the interview
Yes.
with that
Yes.
the lady who was the victim of the carjacking.
Correct.
Right. Now, what he said in response to that was he was going to take something from them now that they couldn't take back.
Correct.
Them stealing the car and them taking this car back, right? The police taking this car back from him made him so angry that he wanted to go out and punish people, right?
I don't know that I would make that direct relation. He was upset about that, yes. And
Well,
I think
he
that
just-
factored into the decision. Yeah.
He just described having this grand fantasy. He's going to go out to Colorado with a brand new $88,000 car. He's got friends. He's going to smoke weed. He's going to walk the trails. He's going to eat at his favorite breakfast spot. And he's going to have all these wonderful houses and things. And then, just as he has the plan, the police come and they take the car back. And he said that made him angry, didn't he?
I believe so, yes.
He said that it made him very upset and very frustrated. That's yes or no?
I believe so. I mean, I don't have any reason to doubt you telling you that.
I'm sorry?
I'm just saying I don't recall exactly what he said, but I believe that you're saying that.
He said that it made him very frustrated and very angry, right?
Yes.
In fact, he was really disappointed.
He was disappointed, yes.
And I want you to go to Exhibit 70, page 11. I want you to read the second and third lines of that.
Of the page?
Yes. Paragraph 3, the first, second, and third lines of that sentence, that paragraph.
I went back up to my apartment after that. I was really disappointed and angry because I was counting on that car. Without a job, it was only going to make it several more months before I was completely broke.
Right. And then go to page 12, please. Would you read the first and second sentences?
On the page?
Yes.
I got ready to go back out and get coffee, still in disbelief that soon turned into anger.
And then just go to the second paragraph. Begin there.
I probably yelled and shouted a lot that day, feeling trapped by these people. How would I ever be able to relocate out of the country at that point? I thought about going to Canada for political asylum, but I figured that they would follow me there as well. They had already followed me from Colorado, and nothing seemed to stop these incredibly evil people.
You could stop there. So he's describing their actions as evil to him.
Correct.
Okay. And so the thing that made him angry is that he thought people were treating him in an evil way, right?
He was upset about his treatment, yes.
He was very upset about it, very
Correct.
angry about it.
Correct.
Right? So then in response to that, he wants to punish them and treat them in a way that is equal to what he feels like he went through.
He did describe that when he mentioned the punitive actions, correct.
Okay, and we've already discussed that someone who understands that who would describe their actions as evil is someone who is able to understand that their actions are wrong.
Could you rephrase that?
We discussed that someone who would describe their actions as evil, that would be consistent with the person who understands that their actions are wrong.
It could be yes.
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 Okay. I think I want to make sure we put to bed. You have not, no testimony here that Travis Reinking didn't know what he was doing. He knew that he was killing people, right?
Yes.
He could appreciate the nature of his conduct.
Correct.
He knew that when he walked in, he pulled out that gun, he fired and shot Joe and shot Taurean and shot DeEbony and shot Sharita and shot Akilah and shot Shanita and shot James Shaw Jr.
Objection, compound question.
Well, that he knew exactly what he was doing.
He believed he was killing the people that were targeting him, yes.
Right. Okay. You testified earlier that he received some clear command from God, which led him to go and do this.
That is what he said, yes.
But you completely ignore the fact that this happened days after the police come looking for the car that he's just committed a carjacking in, and he is built up self-reportedly as the big thing that is super important to him, right? And that he's going to punish people for.
I'm sorry, was there a question?
Yes, the question is, you're saying that he was commanded by God, but he's saying he was punishing people because the police came and got the car that he carjacked, right? That's what he said.
That was one of the things that he was upset about, yes. I think just focusing on that kind of misses the picture, the larger picture.
Page 13, would you please go to? Now, as he was angry about having the car taken back from me, he discussed that he got home later that night from dinner, and he had in his mind that his apartment was broken into, right?
Correct, he mentioned
Okay.
that, yes.
And so then he discussed that a password folder had been moved from one place to the next.
That's what he mentioned?
All right. I'd like you to read the first paragraph on page 13.
I went over to my table that my computer was sitting on. only to find that someone had stolen my password folder for everything that I did on the internet. Plus, also my bathroom door was shut again, and I never shut it after I leave. Curious to see if anyone was still in there, I went and looked. When I went inside, it smelled like rank pussy. This awful smell, like some dirty prostitute had broken into my apartment and masturbated inside of it. It's probably that fucking Sophia girl again, I thought, although I couldn't be certain. All I did know was that I was under aggressive assault by a large group of people. There was no fairness involved in that.
Okay. And so the aggressive assault was that someone closed the door.
The aggressive assault is the harassment and the persecution.
Which is that Taylor Swift likes him too much.
That's not how I would describe it, no.
But having a delusion about your relationship with Taylor Swift, literally Taylor Swift, that's not uncommon.
No, I've evaluated multiple defendants who have similar delusions.
Right, and it's also very common with other celebrities, young, beautiful celebrities like her. So
correct.
That is a very common thing. And
sure.
Those individuals, they're not going out and committing mass murders, right? That you've evaluated.
I don't believe that his delusional belief about the relationship with Taylor Swift is the reason that this happened. I think the larger issue is the persecution, the harassment, people breaking in his home, and feeling like his life is in danger. I think those are two separate things.
If it's not about Taylor Swift, then why did she come up in your testimony in the first place?
Well, I talked about how this all progressed. In the very beginning, it started with these communications that were friendly with Taylor Swift. He developed this belief about having a relationship with her. But over time, those communications were no longer friendly. They were threatening and harassing. And ultimately, she's still involved, but that relationship has changed. It's progressed to a different place that's no longer one in which he believes Taylor Swift loves him.
He wrote that he went to punish people, right? And he told you that.
Yes, he described it as punitive.
As punitive.
Correct.
Which Travis Reinking is a smart guy. He's not lacking on the IQ scale, right?
No, he's not.
He would understand the definition of the word punish or punitive.
Correct.
Yeah, to cause people pain and suffering for an action.
Correct.
Right. In order to have a retribution for an action.
Correct.
Right. That's what he was going to do.
Correct.
Right. So please read for me on page 13, the second paragraph.
I feared for how they would go, since they were acting outside the law already. How would they try to poison my food again? Would they try to sneak in again and kill me? I had hit my limit. I had to do something to stop it, since no one else would. I tried to punish them by repossessing their car, since they wouldn't make things right on their own, only for them to steal it again from me. This time, I would have to punish them by taking something they couldn't take back, some of their own lives.
He is writing that in response and in retaliation for a car that he stole being taken back for the police, even though he thinks that is wrong, that he's going to go and take some of their own lives.
That was part of what he was responding to, yes.
I'm sorry. His words are, this time I would have to punish them by taking something they couldn't take back, some of their own lives. That's what he wrote, didn't he?
Correct.
Right. He's saying, I've been punished. They need to be punished by me taking some of their lives.
Correct.
And then he did that.
Correct.
At no point in this, page 13, did he say that he had been commanded by God.
He does not mention that here, no.
So he has formed in his mind the decision to go and kill people as a result and as a reaction and in retaliation for the fact that this car was taken from him. And then by the time he meets you, he's saying that he's been commanded by God.
So I think I just want to clarify that his consistent report is that this was self-defense, and that yes, he knows that he harmed people and he shot people, and it described it as punitive. But in his mind, he has consistently said that this was an effort to protect himself from the persecution, and certainly it was temporally related to the car being taken back, but ultimately the culmination of years of this persecution.
Well, when you say that he was acting in self-defense, he did not say to you at any point in time that anyone at that Waffle House was physically assaulting him.
No, he believed they were the agents who were involved in this persecution. And in that passage I just read, he said, I didn't know what they were going to do next. Were they going to come in and kill me? Were they going to poison me? And so this is speaking to what Mr. Reinking was responding to, this threat that he was perceiving in that moment, and going to the Waffle House, who he believed was housed with people who were a part of this, these agents that were involved, that he later referred to as targets.
I understand what you're saying, but he's also, in a very reasonable interpretation of his words, is that he is equating his actions of killing someone, killing multiple people, with that of someone who would poison someone. That he's saying that his actions are the same as poisoning another person. That is understanding that your conduct is wrong, is it not?
I mean, in the sense that he's protecting himself from, he described it as it was me or them.
He didn't say right now at this moment I am being forced to take poisonous liquid, right?
Correct.
Right. And he didn't say that when he got to that Waffle House that somebody was forcing poison down his throat, did he?
Correct.
Right. So he is saying his actions are the same as those that he believes are evil, that would poison him, that would kill him, right? He's saying that's what he did. The same as that.
Correct. I think you're trying to impose logic and reason that we possess onto someone who wasn't processing and reasoning in the same way that the rest of us are.
Well, we have to impose logic and reasoning as we make an assessment, because this jury has to make a determination about whether or not the defendant could appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct. And you're telling me that you have looked at his words and his phrases and tried to say that he couldn't equate the two of saying, I'm going to go and murder people, when he's saying as in punishment and in retaliation for someone taking a car from him, which he believed was basically trying to kill him. Like, he is saying...
Judge, there's no question.
Yeah, I might do that. Let's start that all over.
Sure, Judge. I could do that again.
Well, not the whole thing. I'm trying to get to the question.
The point, though, is a person who can say, if I'm being harmed, I'm caused immense suffering because someone is doing something to me that is harming me, and I say, what I'm going to do in response is I'm going to harm someone else. That is understanding that what is happening to me is wrong, and that what I am going to do is wrong. That is making a moral assessment, is it not?
Sure.
Okay, so he is making a moral assessment as he recounts the days that led up to him walking into that Waffle House and killing 4 people, is he not?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Dr. Wood, do you have that journal in front of you?
I gave it back.
Can she have the journal back, please? I want to kind of start initially where they finished. Mr. Dowdy finished with this question. Will you turn to page 13?
Okay.
You recall just a few minutes ago, he asked you to read items off of page 13.
Correct.
This was about somebody being in his house and all that. Remember that? And then do you recall Mr. Dowdy saying there's nothing mentioned in there about God making him do anything?
Correct.
Turn to page 14, the very next page. Start with the second paragraph and read the rest of it.
I'm not sure if I went to bed that night or stayed up mulling over what I should do. I remember praying to God, asking him what I should do. Sometimes I don't get an answer, but this time I did. In Morgan Freeman's voice, God told me, take your gun and go to the Waffle House. If you go now, you will only have to shoot 3 of them. Take nothing but your gun and green jacket and a couple of spare magazines. Then I want you to drive your truck there, shoot them, and then walk back to your apartment.
Keep going.
It wasn't an audible voice, but one that I imagined in my head nonetheless. It seemed to be a command from God the Father, as found in the Christian Holy Bible as the Trinity. If it was in fact God, how could I disobey a direct order? I believed in Celine and the heavens, didn't I? I believed in God. So why was it so hard for me to believe this? It was a test of my faith.
In the last paragraph.
God, if that voice wasn't you, I pray that my gun won't fire, that the firing pin would stick, the gunpowder wouldn't ignite, or the gun would jam.
Now, he asked you about the commandment by God. All we had to do was turn the page, right?
Correct.
And it's all there.
Correct.
I talked to you about the BMW, the day of the BMW. Recall that?
I do.
And he was talking about stealing the BMW, repossessing the BMW.
Correct.
Can you turn to page 9 in the journal? Just read the second paragraph out loud, please.
Only I didn't make it that far. Later the same day that I went to repossess the X6, I called an Uber ride to take me back to my truck. The man who answered was right around the corner from my apartment. He said it would only be a few minutes and then be by to pick me up. About 15 minutes later, he was outside in a silver minivan. I believed him to have an Arabic accent. Something about the man seemed nervous to me. We also went way off route, going back into Nashville before heading south. After riding with him for a while, I took him for a CIA agent. I thought to myself, I would probably be nervous riding with myself too, if I had seen everything that they would see about me. I thought about the gray aliens and Atlantis as we drove, along with the fact that I had just repossessed a $90,000 vehicle and was now hitching a ride with the CIA.
Does that sound like a person in their right mind on that day?
It does not.
If you would you turn to page 16 of your report? Are you there?
I am.
You made reference earlier that you had reviewed an audio interview of the salesperson from BMW. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And I believe in your report that you made notes of what she said in that audio review. Is that correct?
I did.
All right. If you would, to yourself, read paragraph 4, starting with she, describe.
You want me to read that aloud?
Well, there's a number of those. I don't want you to read it out loud.
Okay. Okay.
What did she say about, in that paragraph, about her experience?
She described him as behaving sort of odd, a little bit strange. He wasn't disheveled. She said the only aggressive act was him taking the key from her. And she said that there seemed to be like moments of clarity with him and moments of not.
The paragraph right before that is what I meant as the fourth one.
I'm sorry?
The paragraph right before that. She said it occurred to her.
Mm-hmm. Would you like me to read that?
To yourself.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
All right. In the audio interview that you considered in coming up with your opinion, what did she relay during that audio interview about her interaction with him?
She described him as very strange and said he acted like a friend of hers who had paranoid schizophrenia.
You were asked some questions about why didn't you watch the trial all day Monday and all day Tuesday. You recall that?
I do.
Do you have a job?
I do.
Do you have any other cases other than this?
Plenty.
Did you have a lot to do on Monday and Tuesday other than watch television?
I did.
You were also asked about defense attorneys making a request for evaluations. Do you recall that?
I do.
You've done over, what is it, 800 evaluations, almost 900 or something?
For the court ordered, I think it's about just under 900.
Okay, and are you familiar, is it a practice for defense attorneys to perhaps seek evaluations of their clients?
The overwhelming majority of requests do come from the defense.
Okay, and what is that, why do they do that?
Well, they're the ones who have interactions with a defendant. A prosecutor wouldn't have personal interactions, and the judge wouldn't have interactions to suggest that they might need this type of evaluation.
Okay, and in maybe what couple instances would they do that in? Let me ask you this. If they thought their client was not competent, do you think that they would ask the court sometime for an evaluation?
Rephrase the question.
Okay. The state said that the defense asked the court to order Vanderbilt to do an evaluation.
Correct.
Okay? Why did they ask that?
Objection.
Door's open.
Sustain. We're not going down that road.
All right. Would it be fair to say if a defense attorney thought that there might be something mentally wrong with their client that they would ask the court to conduct an evaluation?
That is often the reason.
Okay? And it's the process in Davidson County, by contract, that if that request is made to the judge, that the court orders Vanderbilt to do it, right?
That's correct.
Okay? Now, it's true that a defense attorney could go out and hire whoever they wanted to do it, couldn't they?
I believe so. There's some issues about funding, but technically, yes.
Okay? But instead, they go to the court picks somebody that they believe would come up with an independent evaluation, right?
Through the contract, correct.
In other words, they want somebody who's not going to give an opinion that's biased toward the state or biased toward the defense, correct?
Correct.
And is that what you do?
Yes.
And is that what you've done close to 900 times for
Yes.
Davidson County?
Yes.
Now, you were asked a question about, did the defense attorney give you items to persuade you? You remember that language?
Correct. Yes, I do.
All right. If a defense attorney has a client that they think has a mental health issue, is it normal for them to go out and investigate and try to find any evidence that may support that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, would you want to know if there's any prior history of mental illness with the person, any diagnosis?
Yes.
Any type of interaction like with the Tazewell Police Department, stuff like that?
Yes.
Okay. If there's any videos out there that
I would
might
want
indicate, give some indications whether or not somebody's mentally ill, would that be relevant?
That would be relevant.
That's what you do. That's what the defense attorney does, right?
Correct.
Okay, and the state, they can send you anything they want to send you to, right?
Correct. We request information from both the defense and the prosecution.
Okay, and then you gather all that information, law enforcement records, interviews, you do your own interviews, whatever you do, and you come up with an independent evaluation.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
There was a question about the last day that you went out to meet with Mr. Reinking. Is it fair to say he didn't have any idea what you were going to do that day when you showed up?
Yeah, I don't think he had any idea. Probably thought we would just keep talking.
Okay, so the question was asked, oh, that was the day you were going to do the malingering test, so he didn't want to talk to you, right?
Correct.
But he had no idea you were going to do a malingering test, did he?
Yeah, I don't think there was any connection. And the test that I was going to administer is really more one of, it's more psychodiagnostic. It provides more information about accurate diagnosis, but it also has validity scales that we can use to assess for response style.
But he had no idea that would even possibly be coming.
There's no way he could have known.
You made mention that he thought at one time that maybe you were part of the conspiracy, right?
He did make comments to his attorney to suggest that, and I believe in the journal he mentioned as well.
Okay, and did you, with your interaction with him, when you were talking to him, did it seem like something, this is the bad question, something was wrong with him? He was off, mentally ill?
Did I perceive something wrong with Mr. Reinking? Yes.
Okay. Now, you were asked again earlier about being provided information in an attempt to persuade you. That was the word that was used.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to play at least one of the videos, the YouTube videos that was provided to her to show that what the evidence is, the types of evidence that she considers.
Judge, I believe that's 10703. The court would have to make a decision ahead of time.
Yeah. I would have to review it for liability, trustworthiness, whether or not it generally meets rules for admission. I have no idea. Is the video one of his?
Pardon me?
Is it video one of that he created?
So it's a video, it's a YouTube video, well, there's several YouTube videos that he created that were provided to her in order for, as part of her evaluation. Obviously the state has them as well. They're videos of him.
I guess I'd have to review it. I have no idea what it contains.
Okay. If just give me 1 second, I may have a resolution. Your Honor, what what we are willing to do, because the video is the video, whether she's sitting there or not sitting there. And we have also potentially 2 other witnesses coming that have information with regard to the video as well. We'd be willing to stop at this point, and then at a break or tonight, if the court could review it and make its ruling in the morning, and then we would be in a position to perhaps play it in the morning if it's admissible at that point.
Would you need Dr. back for that, or just?
I don't need Dr. Wood back for that,
That's
because
what I'm asking. Would she need to come
she's
back?
considered the video. We can play the video. Now, if they think they need to cross-examine her, then we can stop right now about the video, then we can stop now and I can provide it to the court.
Only observation I would make is they have not laid the foundational ground at this time, under 703.
I'll review it this evening.
And I can have her come back. She's available tomorrow too. She might be here anyway.
Be on call in the morning.
Okay, then with reserving that issue, then that's my questions on redirect.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. I'll talk to you.
Oh, no. Just handing that back.
You free, Cross?
Yes, I have.
You need her. I may.
Dr. Wood, you read about a defendant talking about the being commanded by God. You read from the journal in which he said the voice of God was Morgan Freeman's.
And then later said it wasn't so much of a voice. Yes.
But that's what he wrote. It was Morgan Freeman.
He initially wrote that, yes.
Okay. Did the fact that he described Morgan Freeman being the voice of God give you any pause in any way?
I mean, I thought it was unusual, and then I followed up with him on that during the interview, at which point he clarified it wasn't really a voice, and then described, if you have a personal relationship with God, you sometimes kind of are directed in these ways, and it's not necessarily a command so much as or not so much a voice as something that you sort of hear, not necessarily as a voice.
I want to make sure I got the timing right. You read the journal entry before you did the personal interview, or after?
Excuse me?
The handwritten journal entry.
Sure.
Did you read it before you conducted the interview?
No, but when I asked him during the interview and he said hearing a voice, a command, I think it's in the report where I said, describe the voice to me. I asked questions about it, and that's when he clarified it was not so much a voice, but sort of a direction.
We're going to have to take a recess.
Yes, sir.
Request for a recess.
Understood.
So we're going to do that at this time. Again, Mr. Jury, just keep your thoughts to yourself and do not think about anything transpiring in court.
schizophrenic. It's not useful for the truth of the matter asserted. If he said that Taylor Swift broke in my house, nobody is saying that Taylor Swift broke in his house. It's to show his mental state and then the effect that would have on the evaluation.
And that's why I said, not only that, it's a 703 issue, mentioned foundation, which I don't believe has been established yet. Can, but that,
But is it self-authenticating since he's on the video?
I think he probably is, but I think the more important thing is under 703, there's going to be disclosure to the jury, data or facts, as fall under that, underlying the expert's opinion that are otherwise inadmissible under the rules of evidence, which is this would be, will not necessarily be disclosed to the jury unless the court must first determine the probative value of such underlying facts or data in assisting the jury to evaluate the expert's testimony substantially outweighs its prejudicial value, and to guard against the possibility of under inadmissible underlying data, again, assuming foundations, been ways where the judge, not the jury, decides whether they are of the type reasonably relied upon by experts in that field or in opinions and so on.
That's part of it.
That's what I'm saying. I think that'd be fairly easy. But that's the foundation. Then, as long as those facts or data or the type reasonably relied upon, the expert may use the information. However, otherwise inadmissible because of the danger, the jury will nevertheless consider them as substantive evidence, so on and so on, to guard against this possibility. They are not to be disclosed to the jury by the proponent unless the court first considers whether the risk that's substantial in the weighing process is worthwhile. Only if the court finds that the probative value substantially outweighs the prejudicial effect should the inadmissible underlying information be disclosed to the jury. That's where we are, I think, this one. The state's position is this would be unduly prejudicial to see the defendant, to see the video.
I'll review the video and we'll argue the flaws more for.
But that's the basis.
Yeah, I understand.
And just in 30 seconds, to let you know where I'm coming from. The prejudicial effect, I don't understand what the prejudicial effect is to the state, but the probative value is significant because they ask the question in a way to make it appear as if the defense attorney is doing something to skew the result. When you say to persuade you, that gives an impression that the defense attorney is trying to skew her into something. And the video is the video. And that's why the probative value is so high on it at this point, because of the question that he asked. Now, I got a bunch more videos, all right, but I'm only asking to play one of them. And I got police reports. I could go down the whole 9 yards with this thing based on that question that he asked.
Yeah.
So that's where we're coming from.
Anything else to come out?
Not a pump truck.
Bring back.
We just say Judge London.
Dr. Wood, my question before we took the brief break was whether Travis Reinking told you in your interview that the voice of God was Morgan Freeman's.
No, I believe that was in the journal only.
Okay. So when you're saying that you asked him follow-up questions about the voice, it was not because you had heard him say Morgan Freeman.
Right. It's just a standard procedure in getting an account of an incident to ask follow-up questions like, tell me more about the voice. What did it say? What did it sound like? That kind of stuff.
Right. Okay. So back to my very initial question, as he's written here, that the voice, that the voice that gave him the command was Morgan Freeman's, did that give you any pause?
I did think it was unusual, yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the commands that he received from God, those shifted frequently as you spoke with him, did they not?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Well, I think we've already kind of hit one topic. He didn't tell you that God spoke in the voice of Morgan Freeman, but he wrote that God spoke in the voice of Morgan Freeman. That is not consistent.
Sure.
He also said it wasn't actually an audible voice.
Yeah, at different times he said it was like a voice, not an audible voice. It was more of a command. Yeah.
More of a command?
Yeah, so he described that, sometimes the way he characterized it is when you have a relationship with God, sometimes you sort of feel compelled to do things or pushed to do things or feel this direction or hear this direction that he was characterizing as a voice or an order, but was sort of situating it in that way.
It sounds like you're describing just a thought, like he thought he should do something.
It could be, yeah.
Okay.
It's similar.
And he was not consistent with you when he described what God had commanded him to do exactly.
I don't recall inconsistencies in that regard.
Well, didn't he tell you that God had commanded him to shoot only 3 people?
Well, he said, well, now I might be mixing it up, but I remember the direction mentioning 3 people, but I don't remember exactly what the word he said.
Okay. Well,
but that was also mentioned in the journal.
Right. You see page 42. I guess midway through the second paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
Would you look at that and tell me if you're able to refresh your recollection as to what he told you about what God commanded him as to how many people he had to shoot?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it says you only have to shoot 3 people.
Right. And actually, if you go a little bit further, he also told you that God didn't even make it clear that he had to kill people.
Well, he said that he later considered it and said, there's other meanings of shoot. He could have meant shoot a camera and take pictures of them, or shoot a paintball gun, and clarified these are not things that I thought about until afterward, but it's possible I misinterpreted it.
Okay, so there's 2 parts there. One, as he's telling you about what he did, he is expressing that he had some doubts about the clarity of God's command to him, right?
Yes, that's why I talked about him feeling very conflicted about this, wanting to make sure. I don't want to do this if it's wrong. I want to make sure this is what I'm supposed to do.
And also that he thought he could have just used a paintball gun.
After the fact, he said, that's not something I considered at the time, but maybe I could have done that instead.
Or a camera.
Yeah, he said it's possible he meant shoot with a camera.
Obviously, if Travis Reinking had taken his camera to the Waffle House, we wouldn't have anybody dead today, would we?
We would not be here today. That's exactly right.
Right. So he, as he expressed to you the command from God, couldn't even tell you when you say it was clear, that it was clear to him.
Well, I mean, I think that what you're pulling out is his expressing this doubt. I think from the beginning he had doubt about is this possibly what he's asking me to do? Is this really what I'm being asked to do? And I think the whole process of him sort of grappling with this and finding the messages and getting the authentication and the confirmation that that's what he's supposed to do really reflects that. I think that after the fact, he did some pondering, some considering, you know, maybe it meant something different. That's not uncommon. People oftentimes reflect back on what they've done and could have done differently. I don't think that's unusual or inconsistent at all for him to think about that.
Okay, so Travis Reinking is aware that he is committing criminal actions before, that he's going to punish them and that he's going to inflict pain and suffering before he gets to the Waffle House. Then after he leaves the Waffle House, he is reflecting and believes that potentially he has committed immoral acts that are illegal and that he shouldn't have done, but only at the moment that he is killing these people does he not know it's wrong. Is that what you're telling us?
He does not perceive these actions as illegal. He has consistently conceptualized this as self-defense. And in his mind, which is why he provided the journal that characterized this as self-defense and wanted me to provide it to the judge and say, this is the basis for this. This is self-defense. He believed in his mind that there was no way that anyone who heard about this happening could possibly convict him because it was self-defense.
And in that same paragraph that I was asking you to look at, there is a line there in which he told you that he felt like handing them a gun for them to defend themselves, end quote. That's what he told you.
Correct. Before that, he was saying it felt wrong for me to have a weapon and them not. However, I'd been the target of this persecution. They'd had these extremely sophisticated weapons for so long. And then after that, he goes on to say, what was I supposed to do? I don't have a prison to detain them. I'd called the police. I can't do that. And so that was sort of his reasoning in that moment. That is something that he said, but I think you have to consider it within all of the information.
Right. It is something that he said, what you're saying is he told you he wanted to arm these innocent people because what he was doing, so that they could defend themselves against him, but he was acting in self-defense.
Again, he does not perceive them as innocent people. He perceived these as targets, the agents who were furthering this persecution of him by which he was protecting himself. He perceived in that moment that it was an uneven match in the ways of why he said, I could have provided them a weapon, but also sort of talked about in the past that was incongruent with what he had experienced. I think it's also inconsistent with later things that he said when he talked about shooting them in certain ways. He wanted it to be more humane than what they had done to him. And so I think you just have to consider all of this together.
You don't recall him saying when he was shooting, when he described in the journal shooting Taurean Sanderlin, that he shot him in a way to cause him to suffer and to give him the opportunity to get right with God, cause him to suffer like Travis Reinking, had suffered?
I think it said the opposite of that. I think that he wanted to be more humane and not cause them to suffer in the same way that he had.
Yeah, okay. You talked about, the defense attorney asked you whether or not Travis Reinking appeared to be in his right mind when he committed a carjacking. I guess this should be.
I did not ask that question.
Oh, I'm sorry. As he's riding back from getting his truck.
No, I asked if he seemed to be in his right mind when she was interviewing him.
Fair enough. When what's the name of the malingering test that you were going to give Travis Reinking?
Oh, the one that I was going to administer. It's the MMPI-2RF.
Okay. And you said that he would have no way to know.
I don't think there's any way that he could have, that I was going to administer that, no.
Unless somebody told him.
I don't know who could have told him.
Did you talk to his attorney about it?
No.
Okay.
I don't regularly keep in touch with the attorneys during the course of the evaluation about what I'm doing.
But in this case, you did.
I received communication from him, yes.
Right.
But I don't tell them that this is what I'm going to do or these are the tests that I'm going to administer. That is not standard.
Okay. You were asked on redirect whether Travis Reinking believed that you were part of the conspiracy also.
Correct.
And you're saying that he did.
There was a comment that he made, I believe it was in the Journal, and I know he said it to his attorney, about there was something that I did, I think it was with my tongue or with my mouth during the interview, that he recalled, I think, his sister doing a long time ago, and mentioned that he had concerns that I was sort of, that maybe linked me to this larger conspiracy. Yes.
And you just said, or something he told his attorney, as that was consistent with you being a part of the conspiracy. So you're telling us in your testimony that he is that you are in communication with his attorney at that time.
That was in the documents that he provided to me.
Okay.
But I believe it was also written in the Journal.
All right. Fair enough. And Travis Reinking also believed that the conspiracy was even bigger or broader, right? There were other individuals, not just these Waffle House people who might have been a part of it. The
Correct.
people who were in the Waffle House, rather.
Correct.
But when he was finally arrested, he completely complied.
Sure.
I mean, if you had been listening to the testimony over the last 2 days, you would have heard that there was an instance where he had to go to the hospital and have a catheter stuck up the urethra of his penis. Wasn't a very pleasant experience, as it appeared from the witness describing it. And they said he never once attempted to not comply. Shouldn't, if he believes everyone's a part of this conspiracy, not be unwilling to comply with the actual government agents who have the guns, who actually want to detain him?
It's possible, yeah. But he's consistently been described as calm and cooperative throughout all the records that I've read, all the interactions with him, with the exception of these few times when the police responded to the offense itself. But that's his typical presentation.
Yeah, and except for April 22nd, 2018, at about 3:20 in the morning, in which he is absolutely not calm, cooperative, or tranquil or peaceful or anything.
Objection, which is what she said.
That's that.
You talked about back to the issue of the command, the very, very clear, extremely specific command he received. On redirect, defense counsel asked you to read some more of Exhibit 70, and I'm going to ask you to do the same with a little bit more. I want you to start at page 16, and just please read until I tell you to stop, if you don't mind.
Beginning at the top?
Just let me catch up to it, because I need to see if it's on the same matter that I redirected on. So I'm not sure if it's the same matter or a different issue. We're on page 16.
It's on the same page, so it's a decent start.
It's not. That was 14 that she read.
I thought it was 16.
No, it's 14, because they referenced 13 on the next page.
Well, he went into 15 also, and he's continuing to do it.
Point out to him where you're going to be reading from, see.
Judge, we can approach, but I believe the testimony on redirect was about. Okay.
You see that we need to approach, so please do so. you may have.
Dr. Wood, would you please go to page 16 of Exhibit 70?
Sure.
And please begin reading.
I had even told them about what I had planned on since I had spoken it in my apartment so that they could hear me.
Your Honor, if I may, that's not what the court referenced in the record.
Yeah, not the first sentence, start.
Please start at the third sentence. When I repossessed is how it begins.
Okay, when
Good one.
Okay.
Oh,
When I repossessed the BMW, I had told them that's what I had planned on going to the Waffle House in my area with lethal intent this time. The one where I assumed they put actual bullshit in my food south of my apartment at the location. Then I planned on visiting the one to my house to the north. That was much closer. I said if they value their lives, they will close up for the night before I get there. This would probably get them fired from their cover jobs, but I saw that as fair since they had gotten me fired from my work.
you can
Keep going.
continue.
I gave them several hours notice that if nobody was at those two locations, then I would just go home and go to bed. That, or they would have to accept the consequences for threatening my life and well-being. Keep going.
Yes.
That's when several hours later, I walked outside into the open air after that. I planned on going to the Waffle House to the north first to make sure that it had closed. Walking to my truck, essentially naked with a gun, felt terrifying. I didn't know if I would be killed immediately when I walked outside, since I had told them what I would be doing. At this point, I didn't care anymore. My life was the last thing they could take from me at that point. They had already robbed me of all my dignity, amongst other things. Continue.
I don't know, when's the stopping point on this?
Yeah, I thought we were talking about page 16, or how far are we going?
Well, Judge, this is a narrative that he's giving. It's all straight narrative form. It's not a break in this topic or discussion. I think everyone at this point in time.
Outside the rules at this point.
I think we've heard enough.
Sorry, Judge. One second. Dr. Wood, you just testified here on recross that Travis Reinking he reported that he was only commanded by God to kill 3 people, but you do know he killed way more people than that, or he shot way more people than that.
Correct.
Right. And you also are aware that he described how he felt about that afterwards using terms that suggested that he knew it was wrong.
He described feeling unclean and unholy. Yes.
Those are my questions.
Anything else?
That's all. Thank you.
Dr. Wood, that concludes your testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's yours.
Did you get the report back?
Yeah.
The journal, I mean.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. All right, next one.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
All right. We actually got the attorneys to agree on something. The next witness is Dr. Eisen, another forensic psychologist. And it's my understanding from the representations and agreed upon by both sides that her testimony will be quite lengthy and there's no way we're going to get it in within the next 55 minutes. I certainly don't want to get in a position to try and push them along to try and get it in before 6 o'clock, and at the same time, I have no desire whatsoever to bifurcate her testimony to where you get part of it today and then you kind of go tomorrow and you may not remember the connection and where we let off and picking up and things of that nature. So rather than doing any of that, we're just going to wait a little bit early. Dr. Eisen says she can be here first thing in the morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we can start at 8:30 and with Dr. Eisen, rather than breaking her testimony up. I think it's just too important to break it up like that. You need to hear it all together because sometimes, as you can see, with experts get a little complicated. So we're going to go ahead and recess at this point in time. Enjoy your evening. I understand Mr. Young is going to get some of you exercising. He walks about 8 miles a day, so I hope you enjoy your long walk in this bad weather, but maybe that's a may. Enjoy your evening. And I'm going to tell my staff, keep them away from any news or any thoughts. Do not discuss anything about the case. And I know you don't have any ability to do any independent investigation, so just enjoy your evening. We'll see you back here in the morning.
And there's been really no one to share calls, please.
Oh, when he runs, he doesn't walk. Excuse me. Anything else to see?
I'm getting this video.
Oh, that video, yeah. Are you gonna download it? You emailing it to me or what?
I have it on the thumb drive, and there's others on it, but if I give you the name, you just go right to that.
And it's easy to get to, it's not like the Pharaoh scans.
Very simple.
It just better be if you want me to look at it.
Couple clicks.
Is this the only video or?
He wants me to, I think, my understanding, you want to show one video as representative of the type of thing that she got from the attorney to evaluate it. That's what I understand. Although there's numerous ones that,
In addition to the email that would be sent.
and would you be sure that the state knows which one you're sending to me so that they can review that same one?
I'm talking with her.
Just that whatever you're gonna send to me, make sure that you make the state, you said you were gonna give it to me on a thumb drive.
Also, they're all titled.
Okay, yeah, make sure that they know which one you want me, that I'm reviewing, that you're wanting to play tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Have her bring out the jury instruction. One thing, I think the most contested issue was the legal versus moral wrong. What I did. Yeah, you can get it out. I just kind of incorporated into the second element at the bottom of page 24. It's much shortened. I understand the wording of the case law that you submitted.
Judge, our position would be that to understand that what he was doing was legally or morally wrong, that without saying it is sufficient that the defendant knew that his actions were wrong in some form or another, I think it makes it even more confusing.
Let me look at that. That was the language that kind of, personally, I just kind of didn't like it too much. I thought it was kind of vague and wide open and almost as a, but I'll look at it further. I don't think, oh, and as far as the expert testimony and the hearsay and that type of thing, you know, I excluded from the hearsay of the experts their personal observations. But in reality, when the state admits those journals and things of this nature, it's admissible as an exception to the hearsay, and she can consider it at whatever level. I think the jury can consider it at whatever level they want. And
The journals, yes.
yes. So I need to reword that some way to account for the fact that if it's a statement that was admitted made by Mr. Reinking, it doesn't fall under that inadmissible hearsay type thing, but it can only be considered as a basis for her opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
We could almost say,
And that's not what I have right now. That's my point. It wasn't until you introduced those journals and everything that I realized, well, whoa, wait a minute. This is admissible hearsay.
yes.
And it isn't limited just for the purposes of what she relied upon in informing her opinion.
Yeah.
I need to reword
Yes.
that is all I'm saying.
Which could be something like, which does not include Exhibit 70 or Exhibit 70.
I'm
But you
just
get into
going to
that
kind
too
of
much.
say what they personally observed or statements made by Mr. Reinking, either in written or oral form, something to that effect. Okay? But I just want to make that note that there would be a little change on that one aspect.
I see it as almost akin to the admissions against interest that you are, have the book over here, you can consider how much for the truth or whatever the admission against interest caveat is, that you may believe so much of it as you choose to.
Oh, you mean add the additional charge of admission against interest? Yeah, I know which provision you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
It's not a confession, but can be considered in a manner such that is evidence of guilt on that, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
4211.
Yeah, I'll think about that. It has been introduced, and there are some statements that certainly could be interpreted as being against interest. So I will probably add that in.
The sentence I was thinking about is, if you decide the statement was made by the defendant, you must judge the truth of the facts stated, so on and so on.
Right. Yeah, I'll probably just incorporate that into this caveat as to the other information that's inadmissible as a general rule. Okay. I'll
I see.
incorporate some of the language from that.
And I see for the, just for the record, that not including anything below second-degree murder on lesser for felony murder, and state.
I did that.
No, and the state agrees with that.
Oh, okay.
We're good.
Y'all have anything else, send me an email tonight. How long do you think Dr. Iceland will take tomorrow? Who's doing the cross-examination?
Luke, and, I mean, she's,
No, the cross. Oh, you are?
sorry.
Which might factor into the length.
Well, it's just how long the questions are. Y'all have an estimate between the two of them? Have any
I mean, I would
idea?
expect her testimony to be somewhat, if on direct, to be somewhat
Comparable.
similar length to the direct testimony of Dr. Wood. As far as in length, so that, whatever that was, I didn't keep track of it.
Yeah, what was it, about an hour? A little over an hour?
I mean, she issued a new report within 36 hours of reviewing the voluminous amount of materials, and I can't.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to see if how far, if we're gonna get it wrapped up tomorrow or not.
Well, we have heard possibly one more witness.
Who is the other possible witness? Because there's a lot of other people listed that,
A man named Gene Fletterer.
so,
Starts with a P. P.
oh. So you're not intending to call Kovacs?
No.
Okay, because he's in the jury charge, I'll take him out.
Not,
Or are you possibly gonna
Fine.
call
yes, sir.
in rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll leave it in. So he, Fletcher, just a lay witness?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Judge, we're expecting to have more than one rebuttal witness at this time. That can always change, but it's possible we might have.
Yeah, we got the one by deposition.
Yes, sir.
How long did that take?
20 minutes, maybe?
But not long.
Like 30
30
minutes. We never addressed.
I got the underlying parts that is being contested, and that's primarily towards the end of the deposition. Mr. Bruno provided me a copy of that.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
And it's just like the last 2 or 3 questions at the very end, so it could be easily edited out, redacted if, once I read the whole thing and get it in context. So you got that, possibly Kovacs. Anybody else?
Several.
Few.
Oh, you got more, okay.
I think we have maybe 8.
Oh, that means. All right.
We're not voting.
Hmm?
We're not voting.
Yeah. This takes it, all right. Now I'm getting a better feel for tomorrow.
Can you cancel some of those topics next week?
You what?
Might need to cancel some of those topics.
Well, I'm still thinking about Wednesday. I'm being optimistic. All right, I'll see y'all in the morning. Board's adjourned.